You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This afternoon's satellite picture sees us looking at what is a significantly stronger Hurricane Agatha, and one that is rumoured to be still rapidly intensifying as it has been doing this morning. Right now it's 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hurricane warnings in effect, of course, as they were last night when we were on the air. We're here again today. We're here for 4 hours now because we think there's going to be a lot of chatter about this over the next few hours and lots of things that we need to get over and cover as this storm starts to motion itself towards the coast of Oaxaca in Mexico. Satellite imagery shows it looking very photogenic on the visible imagery, as you can see. We've got loads of satellite imagery sources lined up that we can show you all kinds of things. And I believe we have from last night still the location cam. Yes, there it is. That's the view there from a location that's not far from the track of the storm. I believe it's near La Crucecita. And this is something we'll obviously be watching for some time. There are people out there still, and it is a lot quieter than it was yesterday, I'll give it that. But there are still people out there. That's a hurricane warning at that location right now. And we'll be checking in time and again with what's going on there. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. Camera's a little bit low for some reason, and joining me right now is Orlando and Marlene. Nice to see both of you with us just now, tracking the storm with us, and I think many other members of our team will be on their way as the hours draw on. So Orlando, first of all, you were watching it with us yesterday as well. How would you assess the storm's progress recently? Now, we weren't running with it earlier because, oh my goodness, I didn't even have your audio turned up. Never mind. Orlando was telling us about how you were tracking the storm early on during its invest phase. And I guess you're a little bit surprised as to how well it's been intensifying.
Well, how well it's been intensifying, I wouldn't say all too surprised. I mean, it was just something that was on the cards, and I saw it as a coin toss either way, just based on the last couple of years, experiencing what the Western Pacific has been like, experiencing also what the Atlantic has been like, most notably with the last 5 years of exceptional examples of what rapid intensification happens to look like, especially with storms that initially struggle. So it's just a bad situation overall. It's just one that I wish, like, the system actually didn't take advantage of its circumstances, because right now it's doing exactly that.
Here's the latest track forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and they'll be updating this in 2 hours' time with new information. Recon are en route to the storm as well, so that's something to be watching out for in the next few hours, and we'll be able to bring you the updates from what they're finding. Now, we need to mention that earlier on, when we were preparing for the stream, we weren't sure, but now it sounds like they're going to be upgrading this storm at the next update to Category 2. That sounds like it is going to happen. So it seems as though they're going to upgrade it to 105 miles per hour. And that is ahead of schedule. So at that point, it's 10 miles per hour short of major hurricane status. And as we were discussing yesterday, no major hurricane has made landfall on the Pacific side of Mexico before June, and before July, and before August, and before August 27th, because the next earliest storm to do that was Kiko on the Baja California Peninsula in 1989. So this would be an incredibly powerful storm landfall for the time of year. Usually you get this kinds of things towards the end of the year, in October-ish. But if this is to occur before we even reach the end of May, people might first of all be caught off guard. But not only that, weak storms can produce huge amounts of rainfall that cause terrible flooding and mudslides. This one has that potential, coupled with very strong winds, which could, well, it probably will exceed 100 miles per hour sustained winds, and higher gusts. Marlene, your thoughts on this right now?
I think it's going to hit Category 3 before landfall. Just from looking at the satellites I did just before I left, that you could see the eye clearly.
Okay.
So pretty much I have a feeling that we are going to hit Cat 3. It's in the wrong basin, though. It's just in the Atlantic.
What was that, sorry?
I'm not hitting anything. I said it should be in the Atlantic. It's in the wrong basin.
Ah. Well, I mean, I'd rather it wasn't in the Atlantic, honestly.
No, instead, this year has to blow the creek.
Here it is on the satellite imagery once again, a close-up visible there, and you can see those overshooting tops once again around what looks like a very tight core that's starting, and you can see just in those latest frames, just that little, maybe a little bit of depression of an eye starting to appear on visible. We know it's been putting it up there on microwave imagery, which I would have liked to have shown you, but I can't actually from where I am right now. But I can show you some infrared as well to go along with that visible. Here's some infrared of the last few moments, and that's how it's been progressing there. So once again, looking very decent there on the infrared. And of course we can bring you to our satellite wall that has all of the latest goings on there as well, and you can see loads of different kinds of imagery there showing the storm's progress. I've also put together another view, but it takes a little while to load, so I'll just hold on whilst that loads and look at our satellite wall there. Our main feature here on our hurricane coverage, for those who might be new to our brand, I think we find it very important to answer your questions and comments and concerns, and also make it a bit of a community effort to do some discussion and observations if you are anywhere near the storm by any chance, or know people who are, then your information might also be important to other people who might be watching us who have interests there. So we'll go on to that in a moment, but first I'm just trying to get some imagery. Well, let's take a look at it now. And the left hand side hasn't loaded in yet. There it is. And the right hand side is showing the rain rates. So those are satellite derived rain rates, and on there you can see some greens, that's around 10 millimeters per hour, and you can see it's all moving over land now as well. Of course, the worst part of the storm is still well out to sea, and I can tell you today it's been producing at times 60 millimeters per hour in some spots on the western side of the eye. So it's a storm that's producing an enormous amount of moisture, and even, you know, a typical hurricane can cause life-threatening flooding, but this one may well be wetter than usual, if that makes any sense. Some questions here. What do we think it may peak at? Well, that's been a real point of speculation now, hasn't it? If they are going to go with 105 miles per hour, then you've got Recon to find. They'll be producing their observations in a couple of hours, I think. So we'll get more news from them, and they might say higher or lower. It will really hinge on that as to which direction the storm might go, and if the rapid intensification continues, you could be looking at major hurricane up to landfall. A question there from Supernova22. Why is the East Pacific able to produce so many strong early season storms, but the Atlantic struggles to have a hurricane even in July? I think it might be to do with, well, first of all, you've got the Atlantic has to fight with dry air from the Sahara. That's one thing that especially happens, makes itself notable earlier on in the season. But I guess, particularly further west, they have to form at higher latitudes, and sea surface temperatures aren't as high there either, unless you're in the Western Caribbean or in the Gulf, and at which point...
Not to mention the North American gyre.
Well, that's another thing, yeah.
It's just on that right side.
I was just going to go on to that, you know, how that can... you know, you always tend to get messy stuff forming in the most conducive places early on in the year. Whereas the Eastern Pacific has much less limitations. So we've got that. Will Hurricane Agatha become Tropical Storm Alex if it crosses into the Atlantic Ocean? If it survives as Agatha, then it will keep its name. So you could realistically see the headline, Tropical Storm Agatha approaches Florida next week. Something like that. Maybe, maybe not. But if it's a new system entirely that forms out of what happens to it, then it would be named Alex. So once again, we're looking at satellite imagery on the left-hand side. That's sandwich imagery there. That's what they call it, visible and infrared. And on the right hand side is a real close-up view there of that particular part of Oaxaca, showing rain rates, greens being about 10 millimeters an hour, and that imagery is every 15 minutes, every frame there. So if you see a green over one place for a whole hour, then it's probably 10 millimeters of rain totals there. Let's see what else we can show you. Well, there of course was our satellite wall again, and back to the primary imagery that I have. Let's go back to visible once again. It really looks pretty on visible from an objective standpoint, and you can see it once again there. Maybe a little bit falling away slightly on the left hand side, but I reckon we'll probably see a big convective burst over there on the western side in a moment that will shore it up once again. Still, I would say this storm is actually somewhat elongated, I think, or it might just be the angle. Here's an unbiased angle, so yeah, it still is quite elongated east to west. Interesting shape. But you'll also notice that when you look at the land areas up there, whoops, all around here, most of the bad stuff is still quite some distance away. I would say the interesting stuff probably starts around here, which is slowly making its way towards the shore. And let's go back now to the National Hurricane Center so that we can take a look at some of those points a little bit more closely. This is the earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm winds. So you're just looking at those lines there. Sunday 8 p.m. just off land. Monday 2 a.m. This is local time. So early hours of Monday morning, you'll see western parts, places west of the storm, start to receive tropical storm force winds, possibly. And by morning, it will extend further east. And certainly by Monday evening, Monday afternoon, everyone will be receiving tropical storm force winds in that area. Looking at the key messages as well, I'll make sure that everyone's aware of what we've got right now. So dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves is expected near and to the east of where Agatha makes landfall. Life-threatening hurricane force winds are expected in portions of the hurricane warning area on Monday, with tropical storm conditions beginning there tonight or early Monday. Tropical storm conditions are expected in the tropical storm area on Monday. Heavy rains associated with Agatha will develop over portions of southern Mexico later today and continue through Tuesday. This will pose a threat of potentially life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides, and it might not just be those locations. It will probably extend northwards to Tabasco and Veracruz, and possibly eastwards into part of Guatemala. They could still receive very high amounts of rain, or at least over 100 millimeters, as you'll see periodically on our bottom bar there. Let's get some more questions then just now. Apparently Recon is passing above Puerto Escondido, so it's actually getting very close to the storm, and we'll probably have news there in about an hour. More questions. First of all, whether global warming is making hurricanes stronger. Well, it's quite early to tell whether that's happening for sure yet. There's a lot of statistics and history, and it's hard to say qualitatively whether that's changing the qualities of hurricanes just yet. Some would argue yes. And why do Pacific typhoons form all year, but the Pacific hurricanes don't form until May to December? Well, you do say that, but we don't get many Pacific typhoons all year. It's still quite hostile over there. It's just, I guess, marginally better because there's so much ocean. Is there a possibility for a Category 5 in Mexico? If you're looking at this storm, the answer is no. We don't want to alarm people too much. But this is probably about to become a Category 2 storm and could then go on to approach the coast of Mexico, maybe at Category 3. It's a risk. Wouldn't Agatha struggle later on because of it upwelling cooler waters? Well, right now is probably where it would be upwelling the most because it's pretty much not moving. Later on, it's going to start moving a little bit more quickly towards the coast, and I think temperatures will be decent. It might just level off at its peak intensity before it gets there. And of course, if it does parallel land for quite a bit, it might weaken some before it actually makes landfall. Loads of things coming in here. Declan Storms 2 there, thank you for your support, says, I think it has a shot of 115 miles per hour major hurricane. Can't be ruled out. Have we seen 92S and 93W? 92S is interesting. It's not far off the northeast Australian coast and already has wind speeds of 30 miles per hour. It shouldn't form. I have noticed it. We haven't marked it. In the Western Pacific, there is a small area that could do something near the Philippines, but so far it doesn't have much model support. More questions once again. Could it move east and hit Guatemala? That is out of the question, but it could. But Guatemala could get some strong winds. The WPC is thinking that the disturbance from Agatha could cause up to 7 inches of rain in the Florida Keys 5 to 7 days from now. from ice resistance. That's a decent point. I think no matter what happens out of Agatha's legacy, I guess you can say, there will be a rain event somewhere in the south of the United States. Does land interaction start affecting the storm when the outer bands are over land, or only once the center gets there? Good question. It would really probably be when the eye wall, the inner eye wall, gets there, but definitely by the time the center gets there. Although we've witnessed on some occasions, even after the center moves inland, people call it the brown ocean effect, don't they, where it holds its intensity or even intensifies a little bit before moving inland, although the ones that intensify a bit afterwards are usually much weaker, a weaker starting point. The GFS said that there will be a storm that goes up the east coast in the next 10 days. Is that true? I would say doubt for the foreseeable future on that. What are the towns and cities most likely to get impacted directly by Agatha, and what winds and rainfall should they expect? You'll see them rolling along the screen at the bottom from time to time, some of the locations that are in the most risk areas, but towards the landfall area we're looking somewhere around San Pedro Pocutla. I can't speak for anything today, and La Crucecita, heading towards Salina Cruz, are the places that will probably get the worst conditions. And like we say, it could be winds, sustained winds of 100 miles per hour and higher gusts. I think that's most of the questions just now, and we'll get on to some more later on. Let's see if we have some more information. Marlene, you were posting an image earlier. I don't know if you wanted to comment on it, and we'll show something similar on our screen.
From the CIMSS website, and that's where's my screen, is the infrared and water vapor differential in the experimental image.
Right.
That was from 4 kilometers, and that is Agatha.
We aren't able to show it, but what are you getting from the image that you're seeing?
Where it's got where you can really see the core, how it's bright and very concentric, and then it's got a mid-range and then a low-range water vapor.
Right. Let's go to the lower water vapor and see what we can see on our screen. This is the lower water vapor. There's a lot going on there. So it maxes out that color scale. Let's look at mid-levels. And you can see that eye shape a little bit more there. I'm guessing it's the upper levels that we're seeing it mostly, are we? Here it is. We're seeing a little bit of it there, but it's actually much clearer on the infrared that we've been looking at. Here's another vantage point, and you'll have probably noticed it earlier, but you can quite clearly see that where the eye is. Let's try some more scales. I'm sort of experimenting with this, so we'll see what we can dig up. And there's another viewpoint. Once again, quite clear where the eye is. Let's try this one. That's a completely different type of imagery there. And you can sort of still see it a little bit. Cloud top phase. A lot of them look rather similar. This one may be slightly more clarity.
Well, from the phone sucks.
What's that?
Weather stuff.
And this is the shortwave infrared. That's curious. You can actually make out that that little spirally there as well from the eye. Interesting kind of imagery, that one. Let's try this one. So that's a rather grayscale view on, and there you can see it, just that little pulse there at the end looks like that's cloud tops, I think. Well, let's go back to visible now. Very pretty on the visible imagery. And again, you can see, oops, I've still got my marker on. Let's zoom in on that just a little bit more so that we can see it in as much clarity as possible what's happening in the center of that storm. And quite clearly you can see in those latest frames, those cloud tops are on the northwestern edge of that eye wall that are really pumping it up, and looking very decent there. Remarkable imagery. If you do have any questions for us, please send them in. This is Force 13 Live. We're here for 4 hours today because we feel it's necessary. At this point, we've been joined by another one of our regulars, Ethan. How are you today?
It's very hot here. But it's nice and cool on the inside. And what a storm we're watching in the East Pack for May.
Certainly is. We were speculating on how strong it might get yesterday. Did you anticipate we'd see a rapid intensification phase going on as strongly as this and as long as this so far?
No, I honestly did not think that it would be like this. I thought that it would be something more like a stair-step thing where it would rapidly intensify a bit, then maintain, rapidly intensify again, and then maintain, and repeat that process a little bit up until it would undergo an hour replacement cycle or something. But nothing to this extent. I know that the ATCF has run with 105 miles per hour. That's a mid-range Category 2. And if NHC confirmed that, I'm almost certain that they'll be forecasting a major hurricane out of this at the next upcoming advisory, if they confirm that, of course. We do have Recon that has just entered the East Pack, so we'll be getting Reconnaissance data very, very shortly.
Yes, that's right. Just had a question there about if it intensifies to a category, or will it intensify to a Category 2 storm, and if it does, will TCOS be code red? Now, our TCOS system, for those who aren't aware, is something that we sort of have in-house here, that sort of, the color code explains, I guess, our state of preparedness, and it's currently orange, which is the second highest level, and obviously red is the highest. And we're currently at 73 points, and the red threshold starts at, I can't even remember how many points that starts at now. That now starts at 100 points because we recently changed the algorithm. So it's a long way to get to 100. So my thoughts at the moment is it probably won't, but if it gets much stronger to Category 3, then who knows? And a comment there about an allegation that Agatha has a pinhole eye, according to a latest microwave pass that shows a very tiny and strengthening core. I might buy that when you look at that imagery that we've been looking at recently. Ethan, what do you think?
I think it probably does.
It's a very tight core based on microwave.
Which is going to raise the peak intensity of this even more.
Are you able to show us this microwave, Ethan? Because we're really struggling to get screen sharers right now.
I haven't actually seen the microwave pass that
It's I can.
They've
that
been
shows
posted
the
in our
line.
common room here.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, we're just looking at visible imagery, but if you can get that up and running, it'd be great to take a look at that.
Here it is.
So for those wondering about the National Hurricane Centre's updates, just a question or two there, because I think there might be a little bit of confusion as to the ATCF, which has gone and said 105 miles an hour already, and the NHC, which people might think are holding back. They're not holding back, it's just that they are on an update schedule, and their next update is at 4 p.m. Central, which is in an hour and a half. So it's going to be then that we find out what the National Hurricane Centre think. And I guess, Ethan, I don't really want to say this, but if it's a pinhole eye and it's looking decent on satellite, could even be an outside chance that it's even stronger by the time they produce their update.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I mean, look at this microwave pass, and that southwestern end of the eye wall is open a little bit. But looking at the recent satellite imagery here, I'll turn off the wind radii, which I was going to discuss here in a moment.
That's where the heaviest convection is right now.
Yeah, you can see we're constantly having. I'll stop the imagery here. So right here's our center, and we're constantly having convective burst fire on the northwestern end, and those are wrapping around to the southwestern side, which is where our break is, and chances are that that eye wall is being filled in pretty quickly. Chances are.
Oh boy.
That being said, what makes this even more of a special event, besides its early season impacts, is the fact that the last system that I believe was of any predicted intensity of a high-end Category 2 hurricane to make landfall within Oaxaca would go back to, I believe, 1997 with Pauline. And prior to that, I don't believe there's ever been a system stronger than Pauline with a landfall intensity of Category 2. So this is at least forecasted to tie it. It might just break it. So this is pretty much an unprecedented event for this specific area.
Did it really weaken to Category 2 before landfall?
Yep, it made landfall at 110 since it paralleled the shore.
And it was a powerful Category 4 at one point as well. Alright guys, we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back with more on Agatha very shortly. Stay tuned. We're back on the air here. This is Force 13 Live. We're covering Hurricane Agatha, which is at the present officially a 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm, but we expect that they're going to declare it much stronger, or at least a little bit stronger, by the time they get to their next update, which is in an hour and a half. This is the first named storm, and obviously the first hurricane of the Eastern Pacific hurricane season, and it's thrown us into a pickle straight away, as it's got a major threat to Mexico, with hurricane conditions likely to begin during the course of tomorrow. There's the latest National Hurricane Center cone, which was from 1 p.m. local time. The next update, a full advisory, will be at 4 p.m. and they're still open to the possibility of the storm surviving into the Gulf of Mexico as its own entity. So that's something else to look at too. But before then, you can see a large area of hurricane warnings, and let's read out the areas that are affected by that. Hurricane warning for Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chacahua. Hurricane watch for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala. Tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan and Laguna de Chacahua westward to Punta Maldonado. So all of those areas under threat right now, and much more areas besides that are going to be impacted with very heavy rainfall and very high accumulations up to and above 200 millimeters. In some areas it could reach 500. Again, I'm joined by my team. We have Ethan, Orlando, and Marlene. Hello again to all of you. And Ethan, you're once again showing us your graphic there, and we just saw a little glimpse of it. Might want to give a little mention to that little yellow area on the other side.
Oh, this thing.
That thing.
Do I have to?
You don't have to. It's a thing.
That's all I'll say then. It's a thing. Nothing more.
It's a small area of interest that could develop out of the remnants of this right now. Let's see if we've got some more questions just now, or indeed comments, like Ice Resistance, who just said that the eye is clearing out. It certainly looks that way to me. Will a stronger landfall increases the chances of it entering the Gulf of Mexico while still intact? Logically, the answer would be yes, but are there any caveats to that, Ethan?
Yeah, there are some caveats. That is, the system could lose its center of circulation. We've even had Cat 2 hurricanes come in here farther east and move due north and still not make it into the Atlantic as a tropical cyclone. These areas of Mexico here, you can see, while the Yucatan Peninsula is very green on this map, it's also very flat. And then if you go over here down along the coastlines of Mexico, you can see this is all very mountainous terrain, and that continues over here where Agatha is forecast to make landfall at. And I'll put the NHC best track on it, and it's going to run into some very heavy mountains here as it traverses the area. Yes?
We've never had a Category 2 make landfall in that area and try to reach the Atlantic, ever.
Interesting.
We've had the strongest was Barbara, Category 1, and it didn't really make it either, did it?
No. And it had less room to go over Mexico than this wall.
Interesting. I think people are just really gunning for this thing to survive into the Atlantic just so they can say they've got a storm, but I don't know. Let's go back to our visible imagery right now and take another look at how that's developing now. Is that an eye starting to pop out? I think it might be. Let's try and get our infrared imagery. Let's try and get the best quality one. Hopefully I've clicked the best quality one. Well, yeah, it certainly is starting to come out.
That's an eye. I can see it now invisible here. That do be an eye. Shows better on this visible one that I've got. That last frame right there. There's our eye.
Helped because it's become more apparent because of those massive cloud tops that have just started shooting to the northwest. But it's clear as day that that's where the eye is. So, for some people, they start taking storms seriously when they start to see an eye, which I wouldn't advise being your rule of thumb, but that's just the fact of the matter. Well, here it is, the eye really starting to appear in the storm right now. It's got to be a Category 2 when they do their update. Recon are en route. They can't be far now. I don't know if you're on top of Recon data, Ethan.
They are very, very close.
And if anything comes in, will you be able to show us?
Yep.
Alright, great.
Open.
So, Recon are very close, somewhere around the storm, and they'll be buzzing around the storm for the next few hours probably, and I do suspect that they might find, just the way it's been going, Ethan, It's just a hunch. I think they might find winds to justify 110 miles an hour at the next update.
Yeah, they won't go with 110.
Oh, they might.
With that eye.
I mean, if they find winds, and they're sure.
Well,
But
that's it.
the
They might.
highest, yeah. I mean, with an organization like this, honestly, and I'll say this trend that I've always been saying with all these rapidly intensifying hurricanes and typhoons and cyclones. Every single time that we get a system that is a Category 2 to low-end Category 3, and their eye pops out right at that magical high-end Cat 2, low-end Cat 3 spot, almost certainly guarantees a Cat 4. I'm not saying that's going to be a Cat 4, but the rate of rapid intensification picks up whenever that eye opens up, and that's something that I've noted really in every single rapidly intensifying hurricane that I've watched. And this is a very worrying situation, considering that this is still, what, at least 24 hours away from landfall, if not more.
I can't even figure it out now.
I believe it's about 30 at this point, or closing in on it.
And I've just noticed myself, I mean, I'm a bit slow today, but I've just noticed the National Hurricane Center has 95 knots on their last forecast. So this is probably more than 50% likely going to be a major hurricane.
Yeah. With this significant increase, it's almost guaranteed now, I'd say.
This is really bad. There's some
All that we
more
can-
imagery once again.
Something like this, you may be looking at a high-end Cat 3, maybe low-end Cat 4.
Well, that would probably be a worst case scenario.
Now, I know that our team is listening on this, so I have a request for them. Let me
Right.
know, team, in the contributor hub, if we have any evidence on microwave from our replacement cycle. Any evidence whatsoever.
There you can see that sandwich imagery again on the left-hand side, really starting to show off that eye appearing. It's like it's pretty crazy. More questions then, shall we? Do we think after landfall Agatha will enter the Atlantic? Is it a given that the remnants will enter the Atlantic, whether it's alive or not?
No, it's not entirely given. It could even remain entirely over land, over the U-10.
I think that's a distinct possibility.
Right now, it's probably a 50-50.
And one or two questions about joining our team there as well. If you are interested, we probably won't be able to get you involved during this storm because it's right on top of us, but in future, send us your details and a message, contact at force13.com, or one of our social media platforms, or to one of our team on our Discord server.
Recon is about to enter the tropical storm force wind field, I believe.
All right, there they go.
So they're in the storm right now, heading for the core of Hurricane Agatha.
So we're going to get information from Recon. But as I was saying, if you
I
want to
should
get
have been in it yesterday, to tell you the truth.
what was that?
Recon should have been in there yesterday. If it had been in the Atlantic, they would have had like 3 passes already by now.
Yeah, they would. I'm pretty sure. But as I was saying, you can also join our community and discuss in real time whether we're on the air or not with other storm trackers on Discord, discord.gg/force13, and you can contact one of the staff members on there, again, if you'd like to be involved in any of our productions in future too. But right now, we're looking at this imagery. The right-hand side shows you the satellite-derived rain rates. The green colours in that are 10 millimeters per hour. The sort of oranges, I think, are 20 millimeters per hour. There aren't many of them at the moment, but if you could look towards the center of the storm, you would see that rain rates there are about 60 millimeters per hour on the western side. So extremely high rain rates. Now, another question. How fast is the storm moving? Well, here's one thing, Ethan. NHC said it was still moving at 2 miles an hour at their last update, but the position estimate was exactly the same as the previous one. Work that one out.
Interesting.
I'm going to try and figure out just here on the spot, and it'll take me a few moments, how much it is actually moving. Because we should be able to get a fix on its center now that we can see it, and figure out just how far it's moved in, say, an hour first of all, and then we'll be able to construct a longer period of time. So, just loading things up. Oh, well, that didn't work. In the meantime, we'll keep looking at these images whilst I try and get this working.
We've got an interesting development, Nathan.
Yes.
Loads of lightning in the eye wall.
I've got my lightning detector on, actually. Let's see if we can show that a little bit more clearly. We're getting... I don't dispute that there is, but I'm only seeing one on my screen. Here's a real close-up view of the eye.
People in the public server are sharing that there is a lot more than that.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, at this point, this storm is just firing off connector bursts like every 30 minutes at this point, if not sooner.
Yeah, it's definitely wrapping around rather nicely, and unfortunately, that's really bad news for a coastline that isn't really used to or even prepared for systems like this time of year.
Really impressive look there at the eye wall. The imagery just keeps getting better and better as we go on.
With every single frame, yeah.
Lots more questions here. Recon may be able to sample a rapidly intensifying storm. Well, that's a comment there. Could this storm affect Tabasco? I have family there and I'm worried. Tabasco, we're probably looking at about... Certainly won't be very strong winds, and another lightning pop up there. But you could see significant rainfalls of over 100 millimeters. Was someone speaking there?
Welcome to Walmart. Scan items one at a time.
Marley is apparently at the supermarket right now. And we can hear all
I'm
of
at
that.
Walmart.
You might want to mute yourself for a little bit there.
Well, the second.
Guess we need a little bit of lightheartedness in this serious situation.
Yeah, the first thing I heard then was, please scan your item. Right, let's take a look. I'm just looking now at how far it's moved in an hour, and it has so far moved in 1 hour, which isn't a very long time to sample, 15 kilometers northeast.
So it's moving at least.
In an hour it has, but that might just be an oscillation. So, I don't know, but there it is once again on the imagery, really looking decent with the eye starting to emerge. Let's see if we can go back to the live camera there as well. Here it is. This is on the coast, and I can tell you that this location, let's do a quick distance check, is approximately 320 kilometers from the center of the storm. So it's closing in distance. It's not the closest place to the storm. Right now, the closest place to the center of the storm is Laguna de Chacahua, which you may recognize from the warning information. Currently 233 miles, but it's going to bypass that and move east. And this camera is going to be something to watch over the next 24, 36 hours, or however long it stays with us, because at the moment the track forecast suggests that it's going to get very close to here. We'll leave that running for a moment. Let's see what else we've got in the comments. Will a stronger landfall increase the chances of it entering the Gulf of Mexico? Well, still, we had that one actually, didn't we? So we mentioned that. Will there be water spouts? There's always a chance.
No clue. Recon is in the storm. 40 knot front level winds. Recon is in the tropical storm force wind field of Hurricane Agatha.
Lucas Marble asks about the current CDPS.
High end stage 5.
So, I think it was a low end stage 5 last night?
I think it was a low end stage 4.
4, right. So, obviously that's rising as well. And the CDPS is the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale. And it's a 1 to 10 scale. There's a lot of people out there on that beach. This is under a hurricane warning, I should point out. A 1 to 10 scale on how much destruction you would expect from the storm, basically. Is it... I can't remember what kind of scale it is. It's not exactly a logarithmic scale, is it? But once you get up... The further you get up the scale, things get more and more rare. And at a 5, that's pretty severe. Especially for this part of the world. Very severe for this part of the world. A stage 5. What's the level of storm surge threat? I still don't think they're putting out actual values. They usually do. But right now they are saying... Yeah, no, they're not saying any numbers. Just that it will produce dangerous coastal flooding in areas of onshore winds near and to the east of where the centre of Agatha makes landfall. We'll check back in with that camera every now and again. Back with that satellite imagery. And you can just see it all rotating, and suggestion there that it's not quite fully stacked yet, looking at that infrared, Ethan. But it's close.
I'm amazed by this. The visible imagery, if you ask me, looks more beautiful.
It does, yeah. No doubt about it. But visible can be deceiving.
Yep, it absolutely could.
Of course, I'm not arguing that it's strong at this point, but...
I do wonder, with this being... That's a terrible shape. I do wonder that with this being really the core, that we could be perhaps seeing some dry air intrusion, perhaps. It's sort of like wrapping around the storm, though. Hopefully that makes a good description.
Could you switch to water vapor?
Yes. Just give me one moment. We can go over. Here's upper.
Yeah.
So there's no problem there.
Alright, here. Just give me one moment. I'm going to outline the core again. So that way I can switch between the two. So there's the core. So here's the upper water vapor. Nope.
No correlation.
No. And there's lower, so no.
Huh.
No.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's a very good it's a very good atmosphere that it's in right now. I was going to say it's just a main giveaway would be the fact that it's fanning out upper level clouds on all 4 quadrants. So it's a pretty good atmosphere going for it at the moment.
Now, there's been a question there from Kit Kat Wafer, which is an interesting name, in Spanish, and I'm not Spanish, but I think they're asking the possibility of it moving either east or west of its trajectory, and I can't remember which one means east and which one means west, because I get confused with French. But what's the trend looking like, Ethan? Is it trending east or west?
Let's see.
Well,
Ever so slightly east, looks like.
I think it's going to follow that track forecast pretty closely.
Yep.
Is it getting slammed with westerly shear? Another question there that we were talking about this yesterday. I can't see there being much shear right now.
No, shear over Agatha right now. Just let me do a little bit of digging here. Per the RAM plots at 12Z today, which was how many hours ago? 8 hours ago, it was at 10 knots, and they were forecasting it to decrease to near nil.
Wow.
Before it makes landfall. And if I pull up the Simus shear map, I know this isn't going to be the greatest, and people are going to freak out at me over this. We can get a shear map. Not going to be the greatest, but it can give us an idea. Where is it? There it is. Shear right now is, yeah, around 10 knots still over the storm, so pretty favorable.
Interesting. More questions there as well. Another question about whether it will impact Guatemala. Certainly not with storm winds, but again, precipitation could be still very high in parts of Guatemala. Again, I'm just trying to catch. I've actually lost track of some of the comments, so I'll do my best here. An interesting question there from TBDV, in their own words. Did Subtropical Storm 1 from the 1974 Atlantic hurricane season result from a left and right split scenario? I have no idea. I can't think of what storm that is just now. We'll have to look somewhere. I don't know. That's something for the research some other time.
Recon already down to 1,000 millibars already.
And where are they?
I can see if I can get them on here. Hopefully they're not over Mexico. Okay, it's over Mexico. It's hard to say exactly where they are in relation to the satellite imagery. But they've got what looks to be flight level winds around 40 to 45 knots so far. So they're still within that tropical storm force wind field.
And Andrew says, a few days ago we were calling them completely unrealistic, but could those initial GFS runs actually be accurate given what's happened so far? Ethan?
Not sure.
I mean, I think the GFS overall had an initially good handling of the type of environment that this potential system at the time would have been in. So brownie points for that.
All right, guys, we have to go on a break just now. We'll be back with more on this storm at the other side of this hour. Whilst we recuperate for just a moment, we'll be back with more, and I'll let Orlando finish his speech after this. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 live coverage of Hurricane Agatha. Visible imagery on the screen right now showing how the storm's been progressing in the last hour or two since we came to air. An eye has started to appear, although it appears in those latest frames there it's been clouded out by more convection blowing up, but there is definitely an eye present. And some people suggesting it might be of the pinhole variety. Nonetheless, this storm is strengthening and is already earlier from the National Hurricane Center. Their last estimate was 90 miles per hour. That's 145 kilometers per hour sustained winds. We now think it's stronger. We're waiting for confirmation. They're probably going to go with at least 105 miles per hour at the next update, and they'll probably leave it quite late as well because Recon are in the storm and they'll obviously be getting their information too, which will guide the National Hurricane Center in their prognosis. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here once again, and we're joined by a team of people as always here on Force 13 Live. I have Ethan, Orlando and Marlene once again. Marlene was in Walmart just before the end of the last hour, so she's probably on her way back now. Ethan, you are showing us the storm on the visible imagery right now, and any news on Recon? Okay, and what we ascertained from satellite imagery in the last hour is that it's moving at approximately, or at least that it moved 15 kilometers northeastwards in the last hour. And let's just throw it back to that, oh, let's not play the music again. Let's throw it back to the, well, first of all, there's that imagery, but I want to show you the camera once again. This is 300 kilometers away from the eye of Hurricane Agatha, and there's people who are just chilling in the pool there. There's a few people on the beach, there's a few people in the sea, and there is a hurricane warning in this location, so that's not really what anyone here would be recommending. Already. At the surface? That is quite outstanding. But something that I was concerned might be happening right now when you look at this on the imagery. That's a big recon reading right there, if true, which would support 110 miles per hour.
That's actually in, I think, what looks to be hurricane force wind fields.
I'm really sorry I had you muted again, Ethan. Very sorry about that. And we missed his big announcement. Very sad. He was very excited about it too. But yes, Recon. Just say it all again, Ethan.
So Recon has just penetrated the what was supposedly the eye wall of Agatha, and we've got some big news here. Recon has gone in and they have gotten SFMRs, which are basically an instrument on the wing that reads surface winds, of 110 miles per hour. and flight level winds of 107 knots, which is around 120, 125 miles per hour, and a pressure of, what was it, 965 millibars. That was not, and I repeat, not in the center. So they completely missed
Oh,
the center.
Jesus.
They didn't even enter the eye wall. Not the eye wall, the eye.
And that may take into account of the size as well of that said eye.
But quite comfortably, Agatha is at least 105 miles per hour. Could be, honestly looking at this recon data now, could be a major hurricane.
Oh boy. Now that we managed to actually hear you there, yeah, that is a bit scary. The problem, for those of you wondering how hard can it be to turn Ethan's microphone back on, the thing is, whenever we go to a break or things like that, it starts playing double and you get Ethan and all of my computer audio playing as well as the ad break playing. And I forget to turn it off afterwards. So if you want an explanation, there it is. But we do want an explanation on why people are still out there in the sea in a hurricane warning. I'd like an explanation on that right now.
Last time to go to the beach in at least a month, I'd say, given the damage that the sea will do to it. So, I don't know. People have weird priorities, I guess. Very dangerous.
And this will be a camera to watch. The storm is expected to get very close indeed to this location. Let's take a look at our satellite wall. Here is more imagery now that we can look at, and you'll see the general motion of the storm when you just look at it all together there. Looks to me like it's moving east, Ethan, when you take a step back and look at the whole thing.
I've got the recon path up on my screen, Nathan.
Let's go. What have we got? They took an interesting path there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find which barb is actually the 965 here. Okay, so you see these two bright pink ones here.
Yep.
The 965 millibar one is actually the one just above those two.
Right, okay.
So that's not even in the exact center. And that's not even in the eye either. They didn't even hit the eye. The eye is that small that they didn't even hit it.
Now hold on a minute. Have you got a positional fix of where they got that?
I do not.
Or inferring from that map there, it must be about 14.05 north and 98.8 west. So I'm just going to plug those coordinates. Just do a little check here. It's close to the eye. It isn't in the eye. I agree with that. But just inferring from satellite, which might not be the wisest thing to do, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm just taking a little look, and that is approximately maybe 10 kilometers from the center of the eye. So given how tight it is, it could be quite a bit stronger than that, deeper.
Yeah, and Recon did not even hit the northeast eye wall at all, and that normally contains the highest winds. They only hit the north.
On that
west
graphic, it
and-
looks like they're going there, though.
Yeah.
Right. Or maybe they might just be going fully east there.
But there is something that I want to note about this, and that is the core of Agatha is extremely, extremely tight. I mean, you got this anywhere in the like bright green bars are probably your tropical storm force wind field, which are a decent way from the center. Then you have the core here, which is pretty tight. Got a pretty tight or localized area of hurricane force wind field.
Yeah, just doing a little check there on how far that... So it looks to me as though the hurricane force winds there are only extending out about 25 kilometers in the northwestern quad.
Yeah, not far at all.
I mean, that's what in miles, or nautical miles. I mean, that's what they use on their updates. It must only be 15 at most.
Going back to that imagery, Nathan, look at this recent convective burst that just fired off.
Yep, all over the eye. You can't see it on satellite now because of that convective burst. And let's not forget the National Hurricane Center will be updating us at the end of this hour, so we're all going to be up waiting for that. And as soon as the update comes out, we'll let you know what it says, of course. In the meantime, we're happy to take comments and questions from our viewers all evening until we finish here. We're here for 4 hours tonight, and I expect that we will be here all day tomorrow. So there's a lot to watch for and look for. And as always, we appreciate your support, but we're here for anyone who needs our coverage at this time, I suppose, as we watch this storm start to make its approach towards Mexico, which I think it is now doing. It's quit stalling at this point, it would seem.
Yep. It's at least moving. And that movement's speed is going to be going up, I think, very slowly. But it's going to be increasing. And that's going to lead to it not sitting over what it's already upwelled and going over even warmer waters.
Right.
Which will fuel the storm even more. Which is always a good sign, right? Very good sign.
Right. Now, Orlando, is there anything that you wanted that you were going to finish off from before the hour? Do you remember?
Oh, it was just in regards to the GFS's output prior to Agatha's current rapid intensification phase. Essentially, what they were predicting was a high end major hurricane that would end up moving into the southern part of Mexico. Yeah, so it was just like now it's obviously backed off from that solution, which kind of took away a bit of credit, but it just showed the highlight how the GFS caught on really early when it came to the rest of the models on what type environment potential Agatha at the time would be dealing with, and it's obviously been proven to be ideal, and right now we're dealing with a very unfortunate and dangerous situation.
Once again, we're looking at infrared imagery of the storm in the last hour or so. You can still see all of that rotation. The eye made itself a little bit visible earlier, then a lot of convection blew up. It is still there, don't you worry about that. It's definitely going to pop out at some point soon, especially with what we've heard from Recon. Ethan, any more thoughts?
Well, this new convective burst, Nathan, well, look at it. It's completely wrapped around the eye now. On that very last frame here. Very last frame.
What does that mean in this context, though?
Basically means that the eye has a better chance at forming now.
This already formed, though, hasn't it?
Yeah. We're just waiting for the new Recon pass to come in, and it has.
Right.
What have we got? 963.9 millibars extrapolated, looks like. And that's all the data I've got so far. But they did hit the exact center, and they did go through the northeast eye wall.
They did hit the center?
Yes.
Okay, so that's more information there. Let's
The
take some...
pressure is in the mid to low 960s. Sorry for interrupting you there.
I was just going to take some questions. When do you think the rapid intensification will stop? Hopefully soon. Anyone actually have a more educated response?
Whenever this thing undergoes an annual prism cycle, to be honest.
Damn. What's the ocean temperature where Hurricane Agatha is now?
I think it's about 29, 30 degrees Celsius.
All right, I've got I've got all the rest of the data. So they've gotten, and I must say that this is flagged, but they've gotten a 149 knot SFMR.
Oh, come
that is
on.
flagged.
It's
It is
flagged.
not true.
No, wouldn't touch that.
as far as like the max unflagged one, I don't know what the max unflagged one is here.
Okay.
But we've got looks to be flight level winds. Well, there's a drop, so yeah, flight level winds max at around 110 knots. So that's good.
Still quite impressive. We are also now joined by Cesar. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you for having me here.
It's very important that you are here today because you are our resident Mexican, I suppose you could say. You've been here with us for 7 years, so it's great to see you once again during a big event right now. Hurricane Agatha. What can you say about it?
Well, of course, it's an kind of, I don't know if it's better to say that a historic event because it hasn't been an intense hurricane so early this season striking Mexico. So, of course, it's quite of a bit strange, impressive, interesting to see this kind of things happening so early. And well, I'm not living too far away from Agatha's location. I'm living in Guadalajara. So, of course, I had some thunderstorms associated with this storm yesterday in the night. Possibly we'll have more of them today later. So, well, yeah, Agatha is still strengthening really fast. Possibly it's going to be a category 2 in
Well, in any time.
in any time, exactly. And well, the satellite presentation of Agatha looks beautiful. It's a beautiful storm. It's developing an eye as well, a visible eye. So of course, it's a clear indication that Agatha is still strengthening. We don't well, I mean, of course, there's going to be some dry air intrusion. Possibly the wind shear is going to increase in the next 24 hours, but I don't think how much it's going to be, how much is going to affect Agatha before making landfall, possibly on Monday in the afternoon, tomorrow in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So yeah, Agatha, it's quite of an interesting storm, a subject to really analyze and study, and of course to see what's going to happen in the future with this storm, because of course the NHC, sorry, it's also setting a 20% of chance of development of a system in the Yucatan Peninsula. It's possibly it's going to be some of the possible remnants of Agatha in the next week.
I believe it's 30% at this point as well. But Cesar,
So, yeah,
ahead of this storm right now, you're looking at, let's not even talk about the winds. There could be 500 millimeters of rainfall in some of these areas in eastern parts of Oaxaca and in Chiapas. What are your thoughts on that? Do you know that area? We believe it's a very vulnerable part of Mexico anyway, and this storm certainly wouldn't help that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of mountains terrain that could suffer some landslides, which of course is the main reason of why there's a lot of people dying in these kind of situations. We can remember Hurricane Earl in 2016 that practically those things happened, as well as Tropical Depression 11E back in 2010, because Oaxaca and Chiapas have this kind of terrain. Of course, they are very vulnerable of these situations, and the rain, of course, is going to last at least for the next 3 or 4 days, or even longer than that. And so, of course, it's going to be like the main reason of the severity of this system, not really about the intensity or the size. The Agatha is that it's not quite small, but also it's not big, and it's moving slowly, which is also a serious situation, because of course the rain will persist in many days, which of course increases the danger of the situation.
weather in your place
Hopefully,
right
it's
now?
not like Hurricane Harvey flooding.
Hmm.
I've got some more news here.
Okay.
Recon has confirmed
Oh,
that the eye.
Hurricane Harvey in 2017. This hurricane's in Mexico.
She's talking to someone else, Ethan.
But Recon has confirmed that the eye, get this, is less than 8 nautical miles wide. That is extremely small for any specific hurricane. I can't recall the last time I've ever seen an eye that tiny in the East Pacific. I mean, Patricia's eye was small.
But this really gives me Pauline vibes at this point.
It gives you what? Sorry.
Pauline vibes.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly in terms of the
Yeah,
eye
I've
shape.
thought
Yeah.
about Hurricane Pauline. Was that in 1997, if I'm not wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly 25 years ago.
Just that it was in a different time of year.
Yeah, Pauline, I believe it was in October, but yeah, I mean, 25
And this is the
years
thing,
ago.
Cesar. We've been crunching the history, and the Pacific side of Mexico's never had a Category 2 hurricane landfall at this time of year, and has never had a Category 3 landfall. The earliest time a storm ever made landfall as Category 3 on the Pacific side of Mexico was on August 27th.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I was amazed when I first saw that statistic.
And with this new recon pass, I think it's pretty solidly to say that this storm right now is around 110 miles per hour, 963 millibars, borderline on major hurricane status. And I also wouldn't discount that this might become now possibly, this is going to be a bit of a stretch, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for this,
Oh,
a possible Category 4 before landfall.
I don't think that
Oh.
can be disregarded completely, at this stage. When you look at that, when you look at its structure, this storm means business.
I mean, of course, Agatha looks great, and usually the Eastern Pacific hurricanes tend to intensify rather quickly when the models predict like it's going to be a mild intensity hurricane. But I'm still not sure if Category 3 or Category 4 status it's going to happen with Agatha, because conditions in the atmosphere is going to be unfavorable for this storm actually pretty soon.
One thing that definitely won't happen is that we won't be getting an early National Hurricane Center update. They'll be waiting for recon up to the last second, I think.
Yep.
That was desperation.
Because
I
we
mean-
are quite used to NHC being sometimes up to 30 minutes early with their updates, but never when recon's in there, so... Anyway, Cesar, I'm just going to go back to the latest webcam, and maybe you can help explain to me why, even though the weather's not very good either at that point there, it's actually raining. You can see it now for the first time. Significant rain falling there on the coast. And there's people still out there in the pool, chilling on the beach, in the sea, in a place that's got a hurricane warning. What's going on there, Cesar?
Well, let me tell you, it's a cultural thing we
Right.
have here in Mexico. It's something that, of course, we can't change. A lot of people like the risk, like I don't know if it's called like the adventure or or challenging the mother nature. I don't know.
So it's
Nathan,
people being
of-
adventurous, not people not knowing what's going on, is it?
I'm pretty sure that they are being adventurous because the security elements in Mexico already are aware of the risk. The Comisión Nacional del Agua and the Servicio Meteorológico Nacional have been releasing updates about this system to all the Mexican people, especially with them living in Chiapas and Oaxaca mainly. Of course, I don't know if it's also the guilt of the authorities of not like closing the area because of the risk of the hurricane nearby and the storm surge mainly. But well, they seem pretty happy, which is not quite usual, having a hurricane on their way. That is about
Or
a
is
day
it
to
just a
make landfall.
case of people, we've just gone through the history, people don't expect a major hurricane or nearly that striking at the end of May?
Well, of course, I'm pretty sure they don't know this kind of statistics or records or data.
Yeah, but people will think, oh, there's never a hurricane here at this time of year, and statistically they're right. Until now.
Until now, exactly. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to sound very harsh,
Oh dear.
but a lot of people here in my country are ignorant. Let's say that.
I hope you're not making
they
enemies
don't-
there, Cesar.
Well, hopefully not. I'm just worried, of course, that they are risking their lives for something that it's not worth about it.
Okay. Let's not go any further on that one then. We'll keep checking back in with that webcam every so often. Looking at that satellite imagery again, the close-up, you can see again we're getting into that little pattern there of that convection blowing up now on the northern side of the eye, and the eye starting to pop out just a little bit again. I'm sure Ethan's noticing that on Visible, are you?
Oh yeah. I'm just amazed that a hurricane in May is doing this in the East Pac. Because
It's
normally,
not just that, but when you look at it there, it's got to move in a very strange direction to get to Salina Cruz.
yeah, we can turn on the NHC cone again. Yeah, it looks like that it's moving really in a direction like that.
And having looked at that just now, that cone, be interesting to see what happens with the next cone, but looking at that one compared to last night's, it takes a storm over a lot more land, so people who want it in the Atlantic, chances going down on that one.
Oh yeah. But honestly, it could do a path like this and still recurve in and sort of like swipe the coast like that. That's still within the cone, and that's still within the hurricane warning.
Yeah, interesting. We'll dissect that cone a little bit more shortly, and the latest from the National Hurricane Center coming up after this short break. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Force 13 Live. This is Hurricane Agatha, which is currently, probably not for much longer, a 90 mile per hour Category 1 storm. Recon have gone in there and have got pressures in the mid 960s. accompanied by winds of possibly supporting strong Category 2 status. So the National Hurricane Center will be updating at the top of the hour, probably not a moment before. Sometimes they're early, but this time probably not, because Recon, of course, are in there. And whenever that update does drop, we will let you know in real time. Now, I just took a moment away and I realized that Ethan has disappeared. So
He left.
he left. So we'll talk again to Cesar there. And did you expect, well, first of all, were you watching the initial GFS forecast models when they were saying something like this, very long range?
Well, I was watching the GFS forecast for a long time, and it's so strange, the behavior of that model. I saw that that it's going to be like turned south again and forming another tropical depression in the Gulf of Tehuantepec in like the first week of June as well. And then the model again developing a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know. I mean, the GFS likes to wish cast some systems. Let's say that. Of course, models are a guidance. Are not like possible or an indication that it's going to actually happen in the mid range and long range, of course, especially after 120 hour forecast.
All right.
But yeah, the GFS really wants to develop a hurricane in the Bay of Campeche and the Caribbean Sea, and as well another system in the Gulf of Tehuantepec in the first or second week of June. But let's see what happens.
All right, Orlando. I don't think we spoke to you off the back of that recon finding. What did you think about that information?
I thought it was actually rather incredible and surprising. I mean, it's pushing the storm to the point where it's going to be much more severe than actually originally anticipated, and in such a short notice as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure that those beachgoers that we saw on the camera have not been paying much attention to the forecast and the most recent development changes. I'm pretty sure they're expecting something that's a little bit intense, but not much of their problem. But now that it's more intense, that brings in more coastal issues as well as more rainfall issues, as it's more intense than it was, and it's bringing up more moisture with it.
And Marlene, I believe you're not on the move anymore. What would you like
Nope.
to tell us? I know that we've had some signal discrepancies at times, so go ahead.
Pretty much when I seen that, when Ethan read the GFS, the recon stuff, and I'm thinking GFS was actually forecasting that like 950s, what, 3 days ago?
Several runs in a row as well, yeah.
Totally.
It hasn't got to the 950s yet, but it's getting there, and those more recent GFS model runs, indeed, just this morning was going for a peak pressure of 982. Well, it's beaten that, so the GFS didn't trust itself later on the runs, because it's turning out that its earlier forecasts, at least for intensity, have turned out to be more accurate than the later ones.
Yeah. Plus, with how it split, how Agatha dissipated into three, that could be three storms too if it gets the right conditions with the gyre. I know, I'm being bad.
Terribly unlikely, yes, but I get it. Not impossible, but maybe 0.001% chance. I think we'll get one system out of it, and it will try to become a tropical cyclone, and it might succeed. There's our satellite wall right now, looking at all different perspectives on Agatha right now. It is the only thing active in the world, but it is obviously something to keep us very busy during the course of this evening. And as we get into tomorrow, we will of course be here pretty much all day looking at this storm until it makes landfall. Before we get new information from National Hurricane Center, just to remind you of their last cone, here it was from 1 p.m. Their next update will be at 4. I'll keep watching in case they publish it early, but because Recon are out there, they'll probably not do it early at all. So,
They're still tracking 92S.
oh, are
It's
we
a little
though?
blob.
Are we really? I'd rather not. But this is going for a hurricane landfall, high-end category 2 on their forecast. 7 p.m. Monday, so that is still over 24 hours away. Of course, the tropical storm force winds will start to be felt early Monday morning. Indeed, possibly Sunday night. But as soon as... Oh, we've got the update already. The National Hurricane Center have gone with 110 miles per hour and a pressure of 964 millibars at their update. They're expecting a major hurricane peak and landfall with winds of 120 miles per hour. They have not changed any warnings, but obviously big news on the storm's intensity. So it is now 110 miles per hour and the maximum sustained winds with higher gusts and the pressure of 964 millibars, and this storm is likely to become a major hurricane before reaching land. We'll get the cone and all of the other stuff as soon as we can when the National Hurricane Center releases their information. I was not expecting it to come out early, but there we have it. So Agatha is now a high-end Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale and is likely to become a Category 3 soon as its eye continues to appear. So now I've got to spend time... Cesar can chat a while whilst I update the graphics to show 110 miles per hour.
I mean, it's impressive, and I literally said 10 minutes ago that I'm not expecting a Category 3 hurricane, and now it's on the verge of being a Category 3 hurricane. But yeah, I mean, it's quite rather impressive. I mean, and I said earlier as well that Eastern Pacific hurricanes tend to intensify rather quickly and unexpectedly as well. Happened many times, but of course, I'm gonna say that I wasn't expecting that with Agatha. It's a really intensifying hurricane. It practically wrapped it all together from yesterday to until now. It's definitely on its period of rapid intensification. 30 degrees Celsius on the ocean, practically no wind shear over Agatha's eye, which of course are the best indicators that it's intensifying. Of course, dry air is going to be a problem later today possibly, and the wind shear is going to increase probably tomorrow as Agatha is moving closer and closer to land.
I don't know though. NHC don't think it will weaken before landfall.
Oh Jesus Christ! Well, it's time to tell those people that are on the beach that they must evacuate immediately and go to their homes. I mean,
I think so.
This is a really serious situation, and if Agatha is strengthening at this rate, we can't rule out
anything
possibility. Well, anything. Well, not anything. It's not like Hurricane Patricia, of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, the possibly low-end Category 4 status could be possible at this stage if Agatha keeps intensifying, as has been as well she has been doing. If there's a gender of a storm, but yeah, it's Really impressive.
So, dangerous Hurricane Agatha now with 110 mile per hour winds. Next time you hear a little ding, that means that my video will have exported and the bottom bar will update to show it. So apologies if there's any confusion in that short amount of time between now and then. But on the satellite imagery, light starting to fade just a little bit as we get away from the peak of the day, and quite clearly an impressive hurricane. Let's go back to some infrared. We've not looked at that for a little while, but if you've just missed it, National Hurricane Center did put out their update early, and they have said that the storm has rapidly intensified. Let's get the public advisory information now. Agatha, almost a major hurricane, is their headline. Weather conditions expected to begin deteriorating in southern Mexico tonight. 14.1 degrees north, 98.7 west, which puts it 185 miles southwest of Preda Angel, Mexico. Currently 110 mile per hour winds, moving northeast at 1 mile per hour, at a pressure of 964 millibars. No changes in the watches and warnings. A hurricane warning remains in effect for Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chacagua. Cesar, why don't you read these out? Because my pronunciations aren't going to work and yours are.
Well, let me get the advisory of Agatha. Yeah, I'm going to help you with those pronunciations, don't worry.
I mean, we got an expert right here. I may as well go ahead.
Well, there's a I'm sorry. There's a hurricane warning in effect for Salina Cruz to Lagunas de Chacagua. A hurricane watch in effect for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonalá. And a tropical storm warning in effect for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan. And Lagunas de Chacagua westward to Punta Maldonado. Those are the current warnings and watches in effect.
See, I wasn't that bad. You just have a little bit extra flair with it. Anyway, a hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area within 36 hours. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion, and honestly, it's going to be less than 36 hours. Hurricane watch means that hurricane conditions are possible within the watch area, and a tropical storm warning means that tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area. Interesting how they've not given a timestamp on any of those. Interests elsewhere in southern Mexico should closely monitor the progress of Agatha. Just a little discussion there. The center of the hurricane was located, we know that already. Faster northeastward motion is expected to begin tonight. The center of Agatha will make landfall in southern Mexico Monday afternoon or evening. Additional strengthening is expected during the next 12 to 24 hours, and Agatha is forecast to become a major hurricane when it reaches the coast of southern Mexico on Monday. They've said that conclusively there, Cesar. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 15 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extending outwards to 115 miles. Obviously, it's Recon that got that pressure reading of 964 millibars right now. Once again, this is a Category 2 high-end with winds of 110 miles per hour and a pressure of 964 millibars. Hurricane conditions are expected in the warning area and possible in the watch area on Monday, with tropical storm conditions beginning tonight or early Monday. Let's see if we can get a new cone. There is the updated cone, and we're seeing the first M points of the season. Oh, goodness me. Agatha will produce heavy rains over portions of southern Mexico through Tuesday night, and they're expecting these numbers here. In Oaxaca, 10 to 16 inches with isolated maximums of 20 possible, that's 500 millimeters, life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. In Chiapas, 5 to 10 inches with isolated maximums of 15. In eastern portions of Guerrero, 2 to 6 inches with isolated maximums of 10. And in Veracruz and Tabasco, 2 to 4 inches with isolated maximums of 6. Large swells generated by Agatha will affect the coast of southern Mexico during the next couple of days. Life-threatening surf and rip current conditions, which begs the question why some of those people were in the sea on that camera earlier. And of course, storm surge will produce extremely dangerous coastal flooding in areas of onshore winds near and to the east of where the center of Agatha makes landfall. That ding means that we have our new bottom bar ready to show you the latest information. Basically just reflects the wind speed. That Hurricane Agatha now has winds of 110 miles per hour, which is 175 kilometers per hour, and that pressure reading of 964. If anyone does have any comments and questions for us whilst we're on the air, we're still going to go on for another 2 hours after this hour concludes. And I imagine there'll be a lot to look at in that time. We'll also have a tropical weather bulletin tonight at the usual time, and I think there'll be another update late tonight by probably Ethan or someone. And Cesar, are you going to be doing any Spanish updates today?
Yes, of course. I'm going to do a Spanish update today in the evening. Probably.
When was your last one? Last night?
Yeah, last night I did one at 22 hours at my hour time, which was like 4 Zulu. At that time, Agatha was 60 miles per hour and 998 millibars. So today I'm pretty sure I'm going to do an update at the same time, around 10 p.m. my time, and hopefully we are not talking major Hurricane Agatha.
Here it is once again on our best quality satellite imagery infrared view of Hurricane Agatha. Rapidly intensifying, 110 mile per hour winds, and is still strengthening. National Hurricane Center expects that it will become a major hurricane and make landfall near its peak intensity at 120 miles per hour. And that's why we're going to be staying very close to this storm over the next day or two up until the storm makes landfall. This will likely become a code red situation before landfall. Here's an updated expected wind arrival time, or the earliest reasonable arrival time. So the first dotted line there, that's Monday at 2 a.m. If the storm gets itself in gear, then you might see tropical storm force winds occurring in the early hours along the coast. 8 a.m. it makes its presence felt around La Crucecita, and by 2 p.m. Monday, that is an interesting... What have they done there? They've made a circle. Apparently, according to that, I think they're expecting tropical storm force winds to reach the Gulf of Mexico before it reaches Salina Cruz, which I find horribly confusing, and I don't know what to think of that.
I mean, the storm isn't that big to having that possibility.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's get to the key messages. Extremely dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves expected near and to the east of where Agatha makes landfall. Life-threatening hurricane force winds expected in portions of the hurricane warning area in southern Mexico on Monday. Tropical storm conditions beginning there tonight or early Monday. Tropical storm conditions expected in the tropical storm warning area on Monday. Heavy rains developing over portions of southern Mexico later today, continuing through Tuesday, which will pose a threat of potentially life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. Let's go back to the live camera right now over there, and it's raining again in the hurricane warning zone. There's still people out there chilling on the beach though, and even a couple of people, as I mentioned before, more than a couple I think, in the sea where there could be deadly rip currents. Okay, that's not the cleverest thing in the world under a hurricane warning. this is going to be a place to watch. Hurricane force winds are likely to get very close to this location.
Well, and unfortunately, the storm surge is going to get stronger by every hour. Agatha, it's getting closer to land. So, sorry.
I don't know if that was for you. Just checking latest. Let's give everyone a little update on the latest distances from land. Pardon me. Right now, it's approximately 222 kilometers, or 221, from the closest point of land. And that closest point of land is not deciding to make itself known to me. Somewhere near is actually where is that? Somewhere along the coast. I don't know. It's hard to explain in geographical features where exactly it is, but it is near Laguna de Chicahua, yes. And then you've got places like Mazunte, which is 283 kilometers. That's not far away from this camera. La Crucecita, 328 kilometers. Salina Cruz, 434. Oaxaca itself, 385. And on the Atlantic side, Coatzacoalcos, 629.
Those distances are between the hurricane's eye and the locations, right?
That's right, the center of the eye from those locations, so getting pretty close.
Well, it's pretty close, yeah. 285, 300 kilometers, 350, it's pretty close.
And the movement in the last 2 hours now, an extrapolation here, it's moved 21 kilometers northeast in 2 hours. So, I mean, it's not helpful to do the math on that because it's coming in at an angle.
Well, 21 kilometers per hour, that's about 13 miles per hour, possibly. In the last 2 hours. Miles per hour? I said miles per hour, right? Sorry.
Yeah, you did. You didn't do anything wrong.
It moved... Yeah, well, it moved 13 miles in the last 2 hours. So, yeah, about 6 miles per hour. It's a movement to the northeast.
National Hurricane Center saying 1 mile an hour movement at the moment.
What? Well, in the last satellite imagery that you are showing to us, it clearly shows that Agatha is moving to the northeast or northeast.
It's definitely northeast, yeah.
So I don't think NHC is looking good about measuring the movement.
No, they're averaging it over 6 hours, and it wasn't really moving at all earlier. They'll catch up with that.
Got a cut and run. Time to go to work.
Not a problem.
So I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
That was Marlene. Have a good time at work.
Oh yeah, have fun.
All right, we'll see you again soon. Yep, thank you very much. So at this point, it's just myself, Cesar, and Orlando, but that's a great team in and of itself. Let's see if we can get some more comments. JA Gaming says, can it become a Category 4? We can't rule that out.
I mean, at this point, none of us can rule it out. I mean, it's... Right now, we'd like it not to. We just hope some sort of interference with its structure occurs, especially since it has a very, very tiny eye. So let's just hope for some sort of instability with that. But yeah, right now it is a really real possibility.
And another comment there, how big is Hurricane Agatha now? It's a decent, I mean, when you look at its cloud coverage, it extends a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers, 600 miles. So it's a decent size in that regard.
Yeah,
Which is
it's
not
going
good
to
at all.
impact many good areas. Its
Hmm.
influence is very large, which means its problems for people along the shore where they will face the most impacts would be rather extensive in all parts with wind, rain, and rough waves, and even inundation with the storm surge.
Once again, we're looking back at our satellite wall there. Let's take some more questions. Why doesn't the National Hurricane Center use 1 to 5 for hurricane tracking points? Why does it say D, S, H, and M? Well, of course you need the D and the S because those aren't categories. As for 1 to 5, I mean, that might be a valid point. They must have an answer, but I don't know what that answer would be. Maybe it's just, I don't know, to stop people looking at actual category numbers, I suppose, maybe.
That would be something I'd assume because major hurricane is a major hurricane and a hurricane is a hurricane. I mean, they're all destructive in their own right. And once you get above major hurricane, above 115 miles per hour, the damage is extensive when it comes to wind.
Another one here, what is the CDPS rating for Agatha at this point? Last we heard it was a high-end stage 5.
Well, at this point, it should be like stage 7 at least.
No, high-end stage 5, it's still pretty serious.
I mean, once it crosses over to major hurricane status, it's going to go up to 6, but 7 I think is a bit off as of right now.
Having said
Well,
that, I mean,
possibly.
that stage 5 I think was from before we got the new recon data, so I actually don't know. I'll have to figure that out. We are going to go for a break now, though, at the end of the hour. We'll be back again for our third hour of coverage today on Hurricane Agatha. I'm sure we'll have a lot more to look at, and we'll just be watching this storm try to get its eye out even further by the looks of things. Stick with us, we'll be back after this. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to Force 13 Live. Hurricane Agatha's rapid intensification phase is continuing. Here it is on the screen right now, with winds of 110 miles per hour sustained and a central pressure of 964 millibars derived from Recon. And they're in the storm right now, flying around it, trying to capture how strong its strongest winds are. I think it's already captured how deep the pressure is, although if they do a few eye passes we might be able to see if it's still deepening. In the meantime, we'll stick with what we've got right now, our satellite imagery, and of course our team. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio, and this hour I'm joined by a few more faces. We have the end of the music, that's one thing, but we also have Cesar, Joey, Orlando, and Jordan right now. Hello to all of you. Nice to have you on board. So we have, let's not do that. We've got significant rain now falling at that location that's very close to the storm's path, so this is probably one of the storm's bands. Still pretty light there, in sense of, you know, there's not much wind. You can quite clearly see that, but with the haze, the rain rate is quite significant, maybe a thunderstorm or two. Joey, you've been following this closely, and you came on here off air a moment ago, and you sort of feel quite shocked about what's happened as well.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see the National Hurricane Center. I wasn't expecting Recon to find 110 miles an hour at this stage, but you can't necessarily rule that out, especially with how vigorous Agatha has been throughout today with its rapid intensification phases and its organization. But all this means is that the situation for those in Mexico currently is all the more dangerous. If you haven't prepared, you should be rushing your preparations to completion. Not only will the wind be a major factor causing structural damage, the rainfall is going to be immense with this system when it makes a landfall, especially since it's a slow-moving system. So the risk of flooding, landslides, again, making it all the more dangerous.
Let's not forget that this potentially will be a historic storm, and we don't say that very often because it's hyperbolic, but it could actually be a historic storm. No major hurricane has ever made landfall on the Pacific coast of Mexico prior to August 27th of that year, or of any year. We're only at the end of May. Nothing will come close to this if it does make landfall anywhere near its peak intensity, of which we still don't know what that is going to be yet. Right now we're looking out there once again at the beach at this hotel along the coast of Mexico. I still don't actually know the precise location of this, but I believe it is somewhere close to where are we again? Somewhere close to La Crucecita. But it's I can't. I'm not fully sure exactly where it is. But that's along the coast. It's under a rainstorm right now, as you can quite clearly see. I'm just looking at a map to see if I can actually find out where it is. It looks rather like where's that? It does actually look like La Crucecita but I'm not fully sure if it is. But that's by the by. If anyone's got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, we are here for another 2 hours to discuss anything in relation to this storm. Jordan, you're also joining us as well. I think you're down in Mississippi, aren't you? Oh, is that the other one? There's two Jordans.
Yeah, I'm up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Got it. You're tracking this storm from afar, just like most of us. What are your impressions of it right now?
I'm kind of shocked that it's 110 right now.
There it is once again on the satellite imagery. Let's go back to the infrared and see if we can see that eye emerging a little bit more. What's the latest there? You can see some of those lightning flashes going on around it. It's trying all the while. But no clear signs that the eye is actually emerging on the infrared yet. Which means that the visible imagery is probably still the most interesting to look at.
And that really has
Yeah,
to do with how tiny it is, the center.
Zoom
Yeah, it's
right
kind
into
of
there.
right. It's trying to, but I don't know if it'll ever clear out at this point.
What I'm hearing in the chat is that Recon are done.
Huh.
That true?
Not sure, I mean, but that's true. It's not good news at all. That data is the most accurate and most important that we can have.
So they've
Yeah.
done one pass and they're now headed for home by the sounds of things.
Yeah, it looks like it's finished.
Yeah, I thought Recon in storms like this, if it's so close to land, they go out multiple times.
Just a quick mention that the CDPS stage, which is our cyclone destruction potential scale, here at 413 has gone up to stage 6, which means that devastating impacts are possible when Hurricane Agatha makes its landfall.
That's not good. I can't imagine there being many stage 6 storms at this time of year at this location. I think I can confirm that this camera is at La Crucecita. So yeah, so from the center of the storm right now, this camera it's still a fair distance away, but it's under more persistent rainfall now, 321 kilometers from the center of the storm, and I'm still not sure that people even know what's coming there. This is a borderline category 3 storm. There's people still out on the beach. There's still people wading into the water. Rip currents from this storm can affect people and kill people hundreds of miles away. So yeah, this is dangerous. I get that maybe people feel a little bit safer because it's in a little bit of an inlet. But things are going to change pretty soon. Let's go back to our satellite wall, and actually let's see if we can take a look at the rain rate estimations on some other of our graphics. It takes a little while to load, so I've just got to look at our satellite wall for a minute whilst we wait for the one I want to show up. Let's see if we can get it now. There's a lovely blank screen. I was hoping it would not betray me and actually work, but it appears that is not the case just yet. Let's go to the National Hurricane Center's cone. If you missed it earlier, that is what the cone looks like now. They're expecting a major hurricane landfall with winds of 120 miles per hour. And when you look closely at that cone, they expect that the landfall will probably be at about late Monday evening. Have they dragged it back then? I'm trying to figure out what we were talking about last time. Are they forecasting it to move more slowly now or not? I can't remember.
I think they are.
I get that impression. So that's also interesting and bad news. Slower landfall, more rainfall.
And possibly more time for strengthening.
Adams says, is this the strongest hurricane to ever hit this part of Mexico? I mean, Pauline was a Category 4 right off the coast, but it was only a Category 2 at landfall. Carlotta in 2012 is probably the thing that comes next closest to this, Category 2 at landfall. And after that, there's nothing above Category 1. So to talk about this being a borderline Category 3 right now is pretty crazy. Here we are with the imagery. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And we can't also rule out that if Agatha keeps strengthening like that, we could possibly see a hurricane that it's going to be like one of the strongest to ever make landfall in the in the Mexican Pacific side. So, of course, it's a pretty dangerous situation, possibly a historic one, of course.
Certainly for eastern Mexico.
Exactly. And well, we haven't seen a really strong hurricane since 1997. So well, and Oaxaca, it's not used to this kind of storms. So of course it's a pretty dangerous situation. A lot of people are in danger, in risk. And in well, of course, those images that you are showing us, Nathan, that those people are in the beach enjoying the water and the rain. Well, possibly for them, it's not going to last long if they keep if they stay in those places, of course.
Let's talk about what we're showing on the picture now, because I wanted to, this is what I wanted to show just before. So on the left hand side, once again, you've got the sandwich imagery, which is a blend of visible and infrared, showing probably not as impressive on that view, but still showing the storm's structure and its rotation at the center. On the right hand side is the rain rate in the area that we're expecting landfall. Where that camera was, that is just to the right hand side, mid-right of that image. And there, where we saw that rain falling before, that's just the sort of medium blue areas on that color scale. So it'll be interesting to see once they get some of the greens, how that rain rate will increase and how that area will look. We'll obviously be looking out for signs of storm surge as well. And of course, you'll be looking out for the winds starting to blow up as well in that location. Still, it was fairly calm, and it will remain that way for a little bit longer. In the meantime, locations like Mazunte, there particularly, and just east of there, about to receive some yellows, possibly oranges. So that's over 20 millimeters per hour of rain there, so some heavy rain. And actually just off to the left there, near the very edge of the screen, some oranges moving in there as well. I'm just going to get this loaded up on another monitor of mine so I can tell you what's happening off screen, and just give you a little bit better an indication of where's being affected on screen as well. So yeah, actually, you're getting a little area of 25 millimeters per hour near El Cirello. Small locations along the coast there, just to the west of Pinotepa Nacional. And that's actually the strongest part of the storm that's over land at the moment. You see on the very far left of your screen. But inside the hurricane itself, you're still seeing easily 60 millimeters per hour of rain and higher. Right now, it looks like that is actually occurring more on the southern side than on the northern and western side that it was earlier. Let's get some more questions. There's just one actually right now. What is the cloud top temperature of Hurricane Agatha? There's
What
some
was that?
cloud top temperatures. There's some decent cloud tops in there, that's for sure. Into the
Yeah.
-80s, but I'm not sure exactly what number it is.
Let me try and get a reading.
Yeah.
Mid-range -80s, possibly.
Probably, I'd say.
-83 is what I'm getting here. And that is in the southwestern side, the areas that's been blowing up.
Given that it has a very tiny eye, I mean, it may be trying to do it again, trying to pop it out. But time will tell if that's actually just subsidence from the convective burst or not.
Yeah, I'm getting same numbers as you, Nathan.
Yep, so -83s, and on the infrared there is a small pocket opening up, obviously the eye again, and it's showing temperatures of about -70, so it's not much just yet, but it's the beginnings once again that we're looking at. Showing the infrared on our screen now too. Not as clear cut there, or actually it is. You can see it on the right hand side there, just a little depression, but I'm not sure if that's the actual center or not. It's
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean,
I think
it's
it is,
even more.
because I think what happens on the left there just before is just a blow up.
So, do you believe it's the eye itself trying to show, or?
Well, if we show the latest image, my take is that the eye is probably around here, and then yeah, I'm pretty sure it's around there. Maybe just a tiny notch southwest. J.O. says, what are the chances of this becoming an EPAC ATA? Oh dear.
Oh
we
my.
don't like to do
Jesus
comparisons,
Christ.
but in what regard?
Hopefully those chances are 0.
Intensity is.
I don't know what regard they're thinking of.
0.001.
Are they talking about its impacts, or I don't know. Sarkar just said there, will the eye never clear out? Sometimes it feels like that. I think it will.
I think, yeah, it will slightly before landfall, but there is a chance that Agatha isn't able to and before its landfall, because it is quite close to making the landfall in Mexico, but we have to see.
Or even better, it does an eyeball replacement cycle right before, so it stalls the intensification phase.
Another question there on whether it has a good chance to be retired. We don't talk about things like that yet. Not until the storm has passed.
Well, Agatha in 2010 should have been retired, though.
That's a good point, actually. It's got a bad reputation, this name, and for good reason. But yeah, it's looking pretty bad right now. We've not read the
pretty
national.
interesting name.
We've not read the National Hurricane Center's discussion yet, so I'll go and read this now. Might get some interesting little nuggets from it. Satellite images indicate that Agatha continues to intensify at a rapid pace. The hurricane has a compact inner core, and an eye feature has recently become apparent in geostationary satellite data. That's what we're looking at. Dvorak estimates were both 5.0 at 18Z, which is 90 knots. Recon found maximum flight level winds of 107 knots at 700 millibars, and SFMR winds of about 90 knots. And that's why they went with 95 knots. It's not moved much, slow and erratic, 1 knot per hour northeastward movement. The models agree that a more steady northeastward motion should commence very soon, and that motion is expected to bring the core of Agatha to the coast of southern Mexico Monday afternoon or evening. The NHC track forecast has been shifted a little to the east of the previous one based on the more eastward initial position. Yeah, I think that was coming. A little slight eastward notch. And it strengthened at an impressive rate of 45 knots over the last 24 hours, guys. And it will likely intensify a little more as it's expected to remain in generally favourable conditions till it reaches the coast of Mexico. However, there is a chance of an eye-wall replacement cycle that could cause the intensity of the hurricane to fluctuate. After landfall, rapid weakening is forecast, and, get this Atlantic fans, Agatha is expected to dissipate over the rugged terrain of southern Mexico on Tuesday. So, sorry about that.
It won't survive the crossover. Thank God.
Yeah, definitely not if it makes landfall where it's expected to at the moment. New frames come in, and it looks like the little depression where the eye should be is sealing itself up again. So if you are looking out for an eye, a proper one, it might take a while. Let's go back to our latest visible imagery. And there you can see those tops bobbling up once again. And a few comments there. They didn't ping us, but I just want to make them heard. Steve Anthony there, thanks for your comment, says that they've been to this area many times. Should this make landfall near Predo Angel, it will be devastating. These are poor villages along the coast with very little sound structures. And Bonnie says that they're in Predo Escondido now, in Sector Hidalgo. Light rain and light wind right now. That is what I would have expected there right now. And a question there about, will an eye-wall replacement cycle happen? That is one of the most difficult questions to ask in tropical meteorology, because it's spontaneous usually, and even the most long-standing experts don't really know why they happen still. So, no idea. Joey?
Yeah, as you said, summed it up pretty well. It's very hard to say whether an eye-wall replacement cycle will happen and halt its intensification phase before landfall. But regardless, the system is a dangerous one, especially when it comes to rainfall. So regardless of what happens at this stage, it's going to be devastating for the area it makes landfall in.
Sorry, I picked on you there because someone posted in the chat called Joey and I assumed it was you.
Yeah, right.
Once again, we're looking at satellite imagery. Light is slowly starting to fade a little bit. Obviously, its time's getting on a little bit, but there's still. I mean, you start to notice it on satellite long before sunset. It's just that the high point of the sun has passed. Let's take a look back at that location camera and see what's going on. Looks like the rain has stopped there. Let's see if we can tune into a bit of audio. Is that in fast motion? Someone ran across that beach there at ridiculous speed. I'm sure I saw that. But if you listen to it, it sounds fairly quiet there, and you can see on the left-hand side that rainstorm they had moving inland. And generally, looks like there's still a few people out there, just emerging out of the sea. I mean, I don't want to bang on about that too much. But this area is in a hurricane warning and could get slammed with hurricane force winds in 24 hours or less. Another comment there, any intervention of the storm possible other than an eye-wall replacement cycle? Dry air, wind shear, not heard much about that, guys. I don't think it's a factor, is it?
Not yet.
No, not yet. There could be maybe a very, very small dry air intrusion. In fact, on moisture imagery just a bit ago, there was some dry air trying to get in, but it was shielded off by the system itself. So
Hmm.
there is definitely some dry air in the area that could possibly make an intrusion, but at this time doesn't look likely.
Here is some water vapor imagery showing what's been happening recently. You see the little flashes there, those are lightning flashes. It's actually more than that. It's not picking up as many as it should be, I don't think. That's one water vapor view, that's the upper one. Let's go to the mid-levels. And I don't really subscribe to this colour scheme, let me tell you that. You can actually change these colour schemes, but I've not got around to it yet. Program your own. And this one definitely needs changing, because at the top of the scale it becomes transparent again. But I'm not seeing much in the way of dry air clearly on the satellite imagery. I don't even know what this colour scheme is, quite honestly. Back to the infrared. I suppose, Joey, you might be talking about that little indent there on the northwestern side.
Yes, I believe that is what it was. But
that is interesting.
Yeah.
Little feature. This big V shape here, if you didn't see it before, looks like dry air trying to intrude.
Yeah, but it's being shielded off for the most part.
That's how it would appear. More comments at this time, but nothing major for us to pick up on right now. So to recap, Hurricane Agatha has been rapidly intensifying and now has winds of 110 miles per hour sustained, with higher gusts, gusting I think to 130 miles per hour according to the National Hurricane Center, and is expected to intensify to Category 3 status soon, probably overnight, if not even this evening. And National Hurricane Center think that it will make landfall as a Category 3, which is unprecedented so early on in the year. We'll be back with more coverage on this storm shortly. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, this is Force 13 Live. We're tracking Hurricane Agatha, which is a 110 mile per hour high-end Category 2 hurricane, which Recon found not so long ago. I'm back in the studio once again. My name is Nathan Foy. You'll get to see me at some point. I'm joined at this occasion by Cesar, Christian, Joey, Orlando, and Jordan. Christian, you've just joined us, so why don't you tell us a little bit about your thoughts on Agatha right now?
Well, I just got home from work. I didn't even look at the news or anything, and then I joined this voice call, and then your intro just now mentions 110 miles an hour, and I'm like, what on earth happened? Like, that's what
A
I'm thinking
classic
right.
Eastern Pacific hurricane intensifying.
That's one way to put it. From Cesar's,
Rapidly.
from Christian's point of view, it's been rapidly intensifying all day. According to the National Hurricane Center, 45 knots increase in 24 hours. Quite impressive. And the thing is, usually, you can sometimes get strong storms early on. I'm thinking about things like Amanda in 2014 or Adolf in 2001. But they usually stayed well out to sea. Those did. But this one has ended up in a totally different situation. And I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like this, where it's tracked westward first and then rebounded northeastwards towards Mexico in the early season. I mean, all the other storms cut the corner and they don't have much time to develop and only become a Category 1 hurricane at best, but this one appears to have had the best of both worlds.
Either way, it's bad news for the people in the landfall zone.
And looking on this webcam right now is the potential landfall zone. This is near, where is it again? La Crucecita, which is about 300 kilometers from the eye of Hurricane Agatha. And it's the one webcam we'll be checking in on a lot over the course of these next 24 hours. I don't think we'll be getting much more news on the storm whilst we're on the air. All of that came in quite a flurry earlier on when we had the Recon plane going through it, and that was confirmed, wasn't it, that they just went in, did one pass, and they've gone? As far as I know. And then we had the National Hurricane Center update. There'll be no more updates from anyone now, apart from the next round of GFS model runs, which might shed a little bit more light, but getting pretty close to landfall, I don't think there's much to look at on model runs at this point. But we'll have a look anyway, whenever that happens. I can tell you that Icon always comes out first, and their 18Z run is out, and their latest forecast has the storm sidestepping the bit that juts out near San Pedro Pochutla and making landfall near Salina Cruz. If that were to happen, one, it would probably be weakening before landfall. It's much further east than what we're forecasting right now, so it'll have time to weaken and areas won't be as severely impacted, possibly. So Icon might be a best case scenario, although the initialization is pretty bad. It initializes the storm with 1,000 millibar pressure, which is obviously wrong. That's some decent strengthening though after that. But we'll see what the GFS throws out a little bit later. Comments and questions, start your message with Force 13. It will light up in our chat and we'll be able to answer them. Just like a question there from Ethan Plays. What are the chances it explodes in interest? I'm not sure what you're talking about, quite honestly. Opinions, or maybe they meant intensity. I mean, it could. I mean, it sort of is already exploding in intensity in a way. I mean, it's one way of saying it.
It's not really exploded, yeah.
Looking at the visible imagery once again, you can see that the eye there, a shadow of an eye, still trying to make itself known. Jag King says, opinions on HWRF predictions for Agatha. Does anyone have those? I've not seen them myself.
Well, let me quickly remind myself of what they actually want, because I looked at them quite some time ago. But last time
Please show us if you can, though.
Yeah, I will be able to. Give me a second here.
Well, I'll let you get that ready and go on to the next question. Did tropical storms hit part of Mexico where Hurricane Agatha is now? Yeah, all along that coast they get tropical storm landfalls early in the season quite often too. Rare for hurricane landfalls, extremely rare for Category 2+. Oh dear. And let's see what else we've got now. Do we think... what's the earliest it could become a major? Well, that would be the next update. And that's quite realistically when it could happen. And do we think that landslides could be the largest or most prominent impacts from Agatha, or could it be storm surge wind speeds or something else? In the grand scheme of things, over the next 7 days, there's going to be a lot of areas, and I think it's over 10 million people that are going to receive 200 millimeters of rain in this whole area. Cesar, I'd imagine that landslides and flooding is going to be the main thing, even if it's a major hurricane landfall.
That's the most dangerous situation in that specific location, where Agatha is going to strike landfall. Yeah, I think it is the main reason of danger. It's a hilly terrain. It's not plain. It's not flat, which of course increases the danger. Of course, Agatha is not moving fast, which increases the possibilities of having very significant accumulation of rain, which increases the possibilities of having mudslides practically everywhere. And with the fact that you said that 10 million people average, they are going to have more than 250 millimeters of rain. It's pretty dangerous. It's really concerning.
Joey, you now have the HWRF forecast run. Let's examine it together.
So this is the HWRF model, which I believe is a model that feeds recon data into its projections, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if this exact one was able to utilize the data.
Probably not.
No. But this first frame is one that interests me quite a bit already, considering that they actually had it weakening earlier on today before it began rapidly intensifying again. Whether I'm not sure why that was, but they have it rapidly intensifying at that point there, and then making landfall at 958 millibars, I think that says
and
there.
That is also east of the area that bends out. I don't know what to call it, near La Crucecita, and that's towards Salina Cruz.
Yeah, which I'm not sure whether this. I'm gonna check the 6Z run, because I think this is the one that I was looking at a bit earlier. Showed a different picture, in fact. No, yeah, it did actually. It's showed the system heading towards the northwest when it made landfall. Which and at a weaker intensity as well. So that made landfall at 978, I believe. So
just go back to the most recent run again. Can we see what happens after landfall? Does it dissipate completely?
Let's take a look.
Ooh, look, there it goes, disheveled. Ooh,
Oh.
Is that it? Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay. Right.
Oh dear.
Okay.
That's another Mexican land. That looks like a hurricane as well.
That makes landfall at 968 there.
Oh my god. We can't have that.
No, I don't think. Yeah, no.
It's
not for the same system on both sides. That's a bit ludicrous.
It's impressive. I can't. Nah, it's almost impossible. We are going to have that.
This is the HWRF model, mind you. It's not the best.
That's outrageous behavior right there.
It is outrageous, and it would be terrible. Chances of that happening? 1%
No,
probably.
very, very, very low.
I mean,
It's not zero, but it's low.
Yeah.
Minus
main
50,000%.
Yeah, the main problem is that like the only models I've seen take it back into Mexico are the ones that have it still surviving, with some mid-level center still present, and it just takes it back in. But at that intensity, and that's nuts. No.
So whilst we're looking at those models, any other ones you'd like to show us? HMON, for any chance?
Yeah,
No, I was going to say, remember, the HWRF actually nailed Dorian for some odd reason.
Stop it.
Alright, let's take a look at the HMON then. What's it doing there?
Also an eastward deviation.
Yeah. What was that? Little. Okay. Does it survive the cross? Yes, it does. Sort of.
These two models are silly though for generating storms.
They are. Yeah. And it ends there.
But people are going to see that and go crazy over it. Now we're looking at a close-up of the GFS then.
Is that? Oh, that is. Okay.
Ah.
Here's the GFS. Oh.
No, it just loses the center and it can't find it again.
Yep. It's over Texas right now.
It won't be.
Definitely won't be.
Comment there saying thank you. Oh, we appreciate that. Thank you for keeping us updated on Hurricane Agatha. We're doing our best here. 4-hour stream tonight. We'll be running probably even longer tomorrow. Obviously with the landfall, it's going to be a big day and a long day and an arduous day for many. Benny says, weren't there some models saying Agatha would be sub 960 millibars and everybody said never going to happen and now it actually happened? Do you think it could happen again with it? Hasn't happened yet, but it's on its way and it probably will happen. People did say it never would happen. It is extremely rare for this to happen.
Yeah, it's unprecedented, especially for this time of year.
And bearing it in mind it's moving the wrong way. Looking right in towards its eye there, this is the latest satellite imagery visible, and the convection that around the eye wall continues to bubble up. It can be mesmerizing at times. Let's look at infrared once again and see how that structure's looking on this channel. Oh yes, it's starting to appear again there. So that's a big concern looking at that. More questions here, and we're happy to take as many as you want. Since this storm is slow moving, what are the chances this storm could stall? And if it does stall, how long could it stay still for? Well, I think we've already seen it, Sammy. It's pretty much stalled this morning and last night. It's starting to move again now. And will Hurricane Agatha hit Cuba as a tropical storm?
No.
No. Whatever's left of it will be something new if it does.
That never happened in meteorological history, as we as far as we are concerned?
I don't know. I might be able to prove you wrong. Looking back to the history books, we'll find out.
If you check your database, please tell us. I mean, actually, that question was quite interesting. Now,
I don't think so, though. No, nothing's ever gone as far as that. The furthest east a storm has ever ended up after forming in the Eastern Pacific looks like... Oh, I can't get these things to stop messing about. The hurricane in 1923, which ended up hitting just west of New Orleans after it formed in the Eastern Pacific.
survived a crossover.
Yeah. Yeah, not many do. Only 2 have.
It was Hurricane 6 in the Atlantic.
I don't know. But there we go. When is the next recon mission into Agatha? That is a good question. I'd like to know when that will be. I imagine they're not going to do anything tonight.
Let me... Hold on. Need to verify this quickly.
Okay. When is the next National Hurricane Center update in Eastern Time? It's the usual time schedule, so their next update will be 8 PM Eastern. That's going to be an intermediate advisory. And a full advisory at 11, just like you're used to when we see it in the Atlantic. Oh, here we go, an inevitable question now. JRJ Productions says, do you think it could hit Louisiana? No.
Nope.
No, please.
Let's go back to the National Hurricane Center's information, give you a rundown on the latest once again if you've missed it. So the latest key messages: extremely dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge accompanied by a large and destructive waves expected near and to the east of where Agatha makes landfall. Life-threatening hurricane force winds expected in portions of the hurricane warning area in southern Mexico on Monday, with tropical storm conditions beginning there tonight or early Monday. Tropical storm conditions expected in the tropical storm warning area on Monday as well. Heavy rains will develop over parts of southern Mexico later today and continue through Tuesday, which this will pose a threat of potentially life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. And the rain will keep falling beyond this storm. It's going to be 5 or 7 days that there's going to be lots of rain in the whole region. So, pretty concerning. Let's take a look back at that camera once again. And still not much going on. No, not much wind. No real signs of anything going wrong along the beach there. So it's still fairly calm, but make no mistake, this location is very much within the hurricane sphere of influence. And you'll see those clouds moving from right to left because this is looking eastward. So that means the clouds are drifting, moving out in a spiral fashion, in this case from south to north. Some more comments now. Will it go in the Gulf? Very simple question. We don't know the answer yet. Odds against right now. If these model runs become reality and if it reforms in the Gulf, do you think it could have similar impacts as Manuel and Ingrid, but as one never-ending system? I mean, I get the analogy. If you're talking about damage alone, then yeah, it could definitely compete with that. And any chances this thing can reform over the Gulf once again? If so, what would it be called? Once again, if it survives as a nameable... If it survives as a tropical depression, Agatha, and even as a remnant low, if you can still trace it, they should keep Agatha the name. Although I get a suspicion that if it loses TD status and you can still trace it as a remnant low, they'll just say no and call it Alex anyway. I think that's what they would do.
Mention that name.
Yes. And will this be a rare storm, since it could possibly become a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico? Come on, we don't know anything about that yet, and it's likely not. And will it get its retirement? Too early to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that yet. What do you think the maximum sustained winds will be at landfall? National Hurricane Center predicting 120 miles per hour. As it stands right now, the storm is on a strengthening trend and could exceed that. We just got a comment there saying that Recon is at 3:30 p.m. UTC tomorrow. So
that's going to be very close to landfall at that time.
Yeah.
No. At its current pace, it's probably going to be a good 8 hours before landfall.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, about
that's something.
Still a lot of people out there at this beach here in... keep forgetting the name. La Crucecita. Looking out over this bay, which is Bahia de Santa Cruz. Slightly protected area, naturally, but still we'll probably see some action here. It's the only webcam that's live anywhere along the coast of Mexico east of Acapulco, as far as I can see. So there aren't many options. Some more comments here as well. Why is GFS showing Agatha weakening? It's been doing that a lot. GFS in their latest run didn't do a very good job. Ethan says that we're the best channel for hurricane stuff. We're delighted that you think so, and we hope we can keep going. Sammy thinks that we should make a pinned comment in the chat for all of those asking if it's going to reform in the Gulf.
That is a very good idea.
I mean, you know, they're legitimate concerns. I imagine there's a lot of tension, people in the Gulf Coast after recent years of storm tracking, but it's not going to be this one. It really isn't. And a random one apparently from Hurricane Hattie, interesting name. What are the chances of a storm forming in the main development region, going into the East Pacific, Central Pacific, then Western Pacific, and making landfall in the Philippines, China, Japan? Lol.
Jesus Christ.
It could happen, but probably once a lifetime, if that.
I mean, it's like something that it could happen once in 10,000 years.
Well, we don't know. We've not got data for 10,000 years, but
of course not.
Unlikely.
But I'm going to like guess that kind of thing. I mean, the conditions in the atmosphere and in the sea surface temperatures should be like perfect to MDR tropical cyclone never dissipates and crosses the whole world practically.
Giancarlitos Moreno says that I should say something in Spanish. Oh dear. Está viendo Fostatin en español con sus representantes de Agames y Masalolos. There we go.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Your Spanish is really great.
You taught me.
I was going to say that. It's quite good.
You taught me that phrase. What was with Amanda Cristobal in 2020? Another question there. I believe it never lost TD status but got a new name in the Gulf of Mexico. It's a difficult one, that one, because even when you look at IB tracks, they say they have it as one storm. So it's a tough one. I think it was one storm. So I don't know, but it's just how it went in operationally. Monterang says, while we're at it, what's the chance Agatha's remnants wander in the East Pacific, then reform in the Central Pacific and form oh dear.
Yeah. We knew it was coming.
March says that they're surprised an eye has not cleared out yet. The pressure seems low. It is a low pressure. It is a low pressure. The eye isn't out properly yet. Still got some distance to go. Speaking
of eyes, from the recon mission, we received the sort of their summary comments, and they have said that it had a ragged center with no defined structure, which could explain maybe if that is what is currently under all of the cloud buildup on Agatha currently. They also said that they encountered hail when they were inbound on the northeast side of the storm. So that may have caused some issues with SFMR data during the mission.
Fascinating. We're going to take a break here at the end of the hour. Our final hour of today's coverage is going to begin in a moment. And then later on tonight, we'll have our tropical weather bulletin at 7 p.m. Central Time, roughly, maybe a little bit later. I think we'll have more updates later on in the evening as well. So subscribe to our channel for loads and loads of updates on this storm, because I think we're going to need them. It is a big issue right now with this storm. And thank you to Declan Storms 2, who says that he's free tomorrow. Is it rapidly intensifying? It is rapidly intensifying. We're back in just a moment with more coverage on Hurricane Agatha, which is a serious hurricane threat to southern Mexico. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13's live coverage continues for one more hour tonight, looking at Hurricane Agatha, which is an impressive and rapidly intensifying 110 mile per hour Category 2 hurricane. Headed northeast at the moment, moving fairly slowly with a pressure of 964 millibars, which is what was indicated by hurricane hunters. The storm is slowly starting to make progress towards the coast of southern Mexico, particularly in the province of Oaxaca. Hurricane warnings are in effect for large areas in advance of the storm. A hurricane warning for Salina Cruz to Lagunas de Chacahua, a hurricane watch for Salina Cruz to Barra de Tonala, a tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan and Laguna de Chacahua westward to Punta Maldonado. And Cesar just told me in my ear there that I did pretty good in the pronunciations tonight. Now, you're still not faded up yet, Cesar. We'll talk to you in a moment. First, looking at the National Hurricane Center forecast cone, and you can see there that the storm is likely to become a major hurricane, Agatha, before making landfall in Oaxaca, and then moving inland and weakening substantially, rapidly, after it does make landfall, which will occur late or in the evening, maybe on Monday. In the studio once again, my name is Nathan Foy, and it's a pleasure to be with you once again. And joining me right now in the studio, we have several people. We have Cesar, of course, once again, Christian, Joey, Magic there, and Orlando. Hello once again to all of you as we continue to get to the nitty-gritty of what this storm is up to. We've received all the information from the hurricane hunters, from the National Hurricane Center. This hour we will get new GFS model runs for whatever that's worth, and apart from that, nothing much. So I guess a lot of this hour will be spent generally chatting about it and taking questions and just having general commentary whilst we continue to look at that webcam, and also seeing whether the storm manages to achieve a better eye structure, whether the eye pops out even more during this hour or not. So, who shall we go to first? Any volunteers?
Well, I mean, as I've been looking at the eye on the satellite, it does seem as though that it is clearing out a little bit more as the depression spreads out to show exactly the size of the eye on satellite rather than just being a little isolated spot that just comes and goes. I mean, it could easily cover up again with the extreme convective bursts, but as of right now, it does look like it's trying to do it more than it has prior.
And deepening a little bit more as well. The latest frame now, for the first time, has an eye temperature, if you want to call it that yet, above minus 70. It's now minus 69. So we're starting to see it changing just a little bit more. And this is a sign of, I'm not sure if it's rapidly intensifying anymore, but maybe slightly intensifying. What do we think is going on with it right now? Does anyone think it is still rapidly intensifying?
It's hard to say.
I want to think that finally stopped, Sorry, Joey.
No worries. It is hard to say. I do think it is still intensifying to some extent. Definitely not at the rate that it was earlier. So hopefully seeing a decline in the rate of intensification from here on out, but we'll have to wait and see.
We had a few more questions that came in over time. March says that earlier we spoke of Recon running into hail near the centre of the storm. They've never heard that happen before after a tropical cyclone. How often does that happen? I'm not a Recon expert, so I don't actually know. Does anyone know?
To my knowledge, it can happen quite a bit. But again, I'm not too much of a Recon expert, but I do look into these things sometimes, these comments that they post after their missions, and I have seen it pop up a few times. But it's one of those things that if it is if the mission does encounter it as they are inside the system, it can interfere with some of the data that they get. For example, with this mission specifically, we had issues coming through with the SFMR flight level winds data that we were that was coming through, and that could be due to the fact that there was hail within the system. So that is a drawback to recon missions when there is excessive hail.
And that answered another question actually in how how recon data can get flagged, and quite often it is hail and rain contamination, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So that's that one answered. People giving us compliments, which is always nice to see. We don't ask for it, but we appreciate it. What if it becomes a possible Patricia? That is not going to happen. Wrong circumstances.
That's outrageous.
It is a banned word in here, actually, yes. I just want to point out as well, the latest satellite image now has a maximum eye temperature of -67. So it's starting to increase, but still not... the temperature isn't high enough yet to be significant. It could still just fade away again. When it gets to -40s, that's when the ears will start to prick up, I think. Since the storm is currently developing its eye still, when do you think its eye will open up? Well...
when it wakes up.
I think it might happen. I mean, you know, speculation. I think it will happen over the nighttime hours tonight, and I think by morning we'll be looking at a ragged open eye.
Ragged. If it continues at the rate now, we could see it fully cleared. Not fully cleared, but clearer within the next hour as we're ending our stream, possibly.
Take a quick look at shortwave. Might be able to tell us some more about that eye shape. No, not really, but it's fascinating to look at nonetheless.
It is.
Back to that visible and still beautiful imagery. Light starting to fade there. Hurricane Hone says... I've lost it now as well, because there's been so many bots in the chat. Hurricane Hone says, with your magical crystal ball, what name on the Atlantic list do you think will be the most devastating this year? Well, usually it's the I name, is usually the safest bet. But sometimes it's H, and sometimes it's M.
Wow.
And sometimes it's L.
Just thought back to 2017 you did.
Yeah. Not very helpful, but people talk about the I curse, and I think that is statistically still the most cursed letter. Right, when was the last Category 3 plus hurricane in May in the Eastern Pacific? I know Amanda was in May in 2014, and that was a high-end Category 4. I can't remember if there's been one more recently or not.
Blanca, possibly?
In 2015.
Something.
Blanca formed at the end of May, so it didn't quite manage that. I'm just looking through now. Definitely 2014. After that, though, I don't think it's happened since. No. And
Nope.
I even think back to, you know, Hurricane Barbara in 2019. I always, when I think back to it in my head, it feels to me like it was very early, like at the end of May, early June, but it was actually into early July. So I find that fascinating. I mean, it just goes to show that this is pretty damn early, and there could be more strong hurricanes next month, the month after.
And what about Hurricane Andres, 2015?
That was a Category 3, wasn't it? Actually, Andres managed to do that on May 31st. Yes, even May 30th,
Wow.
actually. So just about, yeah, Andres did it in 2015. Now then, do we think it could weaken to a Category 2 before landfall? Well, that would be a hopeful forecast. Of course, if it parallels the coast for a little while and maybe makes landfall in Salina Cruz, and there is a chance of it weakening. At the moment, though, we're looking at a Category 3 landfall. And there's lots of comments going through, so I may have missed some. And will it start weakening before landfall because of the mountains? Probably not because of the mountains, but possibly because of, wind shear might get in there a little bit. Will it regenerate in the Gulf of Mexico? Good question. We don't know yet. What is your favourite name for the Atlantic this year? Mine is Nicole and Earl, apparently. I think Alex is a good name.
Don't like it.
Cesar didn't like that.
Oh. Mine would be, I think, Tobias.
Ah.
Actually, I like the name Owen.
Owen. I have a friend called Owen.
That's a cool name.
Alright, so another question now as we continue to look at this visible imagery. Any sign of an eye wall replacement cycle?
We do not know.
Nope.
No,
There's
I
no
don't
outer
think
guns. Outer eye, sorry.
I don't think so, Joey.
No?
No, not yet.
No.
There's no an outer eye in the center of Agatha.
And we don't know if one will happen before landfall. We hope so. So it does at least halt intensification and hopefully weaken a bit. But as we mentioned in the previous few hours, eye wall replacement cycles are one of the most difficult things to manage in tropical meteorology.
Now, this particular channel of imagery that we're looking at is one for the people who are into looking at the temperatures properly in a scale that they are used to. This is pretty closely resembling the band 13 scale. So you see pinks in there, that's more than minus 82 degrees. Black, fully black there is basically minus 70. So you've seen a few dark reds starting to appear in there where we think the eye is where we've seen those little bits where it's been going above minus 70. For those who have been wondering, I saw one or two about what the significance is about the eye temperature. When we look at satellite imagery, the satellite is not detecting really what's down there. It's detecting, it's sending a signal down there, and the clouds, the higher clouds, bounce back to the satellite with their temperatures, which obviously higher up in the atmosphere is colder, and lower down in the atmosphere, of course, is warmer. So it can see down there a little bit further where there's slightly warmer eye temperatures, and that gives an indication of how much the eye is opening up, obviously. So once you start getting temperatures in the positives, then you know that the eye is getting pretty deep, really pretty deep. I think the 0 degrees in the atmosphere is something about, well, it depends where you are in the world, but in the tropics it's probably about 17,000 feet or something like that. And then when you get the eye temperature going up to, say, 20, once Hurricane Patricia, I think, had 34 degrees Celsius eye. So you're pretty much seeing right down to the surface there. So hopefully that is a decent explanation. Let's go back to the National Hurricane Center's forecast. Give you another rundown on what's going on right now. If you've missed a lot so far, then I can tell you that it's been rapidly intensifying all day. It's now a strong Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson scale, with winds of 110 miles per hour, which is 175 kilometers per hour, sustained winds with higher gusts. Moving northeast currently at 1 mile per hour. And a central pressure that Recon captured earlier was 964 millibars, which was quite the drop when earlier we had it at 978. So this storm is quite clearly strong and could become a major hurricane soon. Latest eye temperature minus 68, so it's holding pretty steady. And to recap those warnings again, a hurricane warning for Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chacagua, a hurricane watch for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala, tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz to Boca de Pijijiapan, and Laguna de Chacagua westward to Punta Maldonado. We are expecting, in terms of rainfall, 10 to 16 inches in Oaxaca with isolated maximums of 20. In Chiapas, 5 to 10 inches with isolated maximums of 15. In eastern parts of Guerrero, 2 to 6 inches with isolated maximums of 10. And in Veracruz and Tabasco, 2 to 4 inches with isolated maximums of 6. Let's go back to our webcam and take a look at the latest scene. Looks like they've got a bit of a calm spell, actually. Let me just have a little look what their rain rates are looking like in their area. Hopefully when it loads, that would be nice. So yeah, a pretty heavy bout of rain passed over them not long ago. Oh, it's got heavier as it moved inland, currently dumping 20 millimeters per hour to the northeast of this location. You can see the edge of the cloud that's probably doing it on the left-hand side. So that's just north of Chongo and near San Juan Garivini. And in general, there's just a lot of blues and greens in this area, where you're getting 5 to 10 millimeters of rain per hour rain rates. So you'll see it come and go. Anyway, I'll throw it to my team because I've been talking for quite a while. Anything you guys would like to pick up on just now? Oh. I thought I was stealing the show.
I'm here, sorry.
Well, in that case, let's get a couple more questions. When is the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center? So, yep, that's coming up in an hour and a half. We won't be there for that because we're finishing up at the top of the hour. And was it expected to stall? It did stall for a while. Let's not...
It did, yeah.
Let's get that right. It has stalled. I think some people are a little bit confused as to, is it going to stall in the future? It's past that. It already did a little stall. And now it's started to move again.
Yep.
Unfortunately, towards end.
But looking out there, things looking a little bit quieter. There's still quite a few people out there. I just hope they know what they're in for, because this area is under a hurricane warning. If I was to give you a percentage chance of tropical storm force winds in this location, and we can because the National Hurricane Center do wind speed probabilities, this location is over 90% chance of tropical storm force winds. And for hurricane force winds, this area, this location is currently at a 35% chance, which is quite high.
Dear God, that's not good at all. And it's going to happen tomorrow, which is concerning.
Tomorrow evening, and we'll obviously be looking at this camera very closely when it gets to that point. But at the moment, all is calm. More comments here. Is there any possibility that Agatha's eye can contract due to how small it is? I sure hope it does, said some Hurricane Dude 09. What do we think about that?
Well, sounds like an eyeball replacement cycle if it's that what he meant.
Possibly. When the eye shrinks, it can herald an eyeball replacement cycle. Not a guarantee. What's the predicted storm surge? Well, again, the National Hurricane Center aren't giving numbers on that. I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Cesar.
Well, I don't know how strong it will be, the storm surge, but of course, when you have those people in the beach enjoying themselves like there's nothing dangerous to happen, of course storm surge is going to be a big concern with all the people that actually not only take vacations or relax in those places, but also the people who usually works in the coast and in the open sea. So of course it's a pretty dangerous situation in those instances. And well, the security elements, they should have warned those people that they are not allowed to be there because a hurricane is approaching.
Well, I guess people make their own decisions.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't question, well, we can question the people's decisions, but we aren't the people who can rule
All right.
those people's decisions. But yeah.
Another question, because Agatha's eye is very small, would an eye wall replacement cycle be quicker to complete if it had one? It should be. Usually. But they don't always complete them in the first place. It can cause a dramatic collapse if they fail to complete an eye wall replacement cycle. Sammy says, what is Agatha's current wind field radius? Good question, because we've not actually mentioned that once tonight. Let's tell you, right, we have actually just once, but let's tell you again, the current wind field, if I look at the technical information, so tropical storm force winds extend out 115 miles northeast, 80 miles southeast, 60 miles southwest, and 80 miles northwest. And hurricane force winds generally extend out around 20 miles in all directions. That wind field, they're actually expecting the wind field to get a bit smaller on approach to landfall overall, I think. Or maybe smaller at first and then a little bit larger. Very odd. But there we go. And just want to take a comment. You didn't ping us, but Charles, watching from Nassau in the Bahamas, outstanding stream. Very thankful to hear it. Hope we're doing a decent job here. Is it possible to reach a category 4 and make landfall? Worst case scenario, it certainly could at this point. although I'm starting to not see it because I don't think it's rapidly intensifying anymore. But we'll see. Will Hurricane Agatha curve back out to the Pacific Ocean after hitting Mexico's tropical depression? There was one or two models at one point that wanted it to try and do that near the coast of Guatemala, or that some of its energy would start another brand new storm in the eastern Pacific, but it looks like all models have trended away from that now. I don't think that will happen. Will Recon come into the system? They're expected to return tomorrow at about 9 AM Central Time. And that's pretty much everything just now. We'll get news from the 18Z GFS model run shortly and what it is coming out with. So we'll take that soon. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a short break here, and we'll have more on the other side of this. Stay tuned. Back with the location cam here as we continue to track Hurricane Agatha. Currently with winds of 110 miles per hour sustained and a pressure of 964 millibars. Let's now look at the visible imagery once again, and you can see how that's been changing too. The eye not becoming more forthcoming just yet, but certainly a chance for this storm to really intensify further as we approach the overnight hours. Satellite imagery makes out that it's getting dark there already, but there's still a little bit of time before sunset. I mean, it's only what, 5:30 there, Cesar?
Can you repeat?
Oh, I was just inquiring as to the time there. It looks like it's getting dark already on satellite imagery, but that's not really the case.
Well, in my location, it's not getting darker. Usually, it gets darker about 7 p.m. So it's going to be about 1 hour and a half.
That's what I thought. So there it is. You can still see those tops blowing out, although it's not really in a circular pattern that you see with ones that are really going at it and intensifying, or sometimes you see dual outlets of convection on opposite sides of the storm. It's really just been that one letting it loose on the northwestern side. Interesting to look at. I do wonder whether there's any truth to any of that, whether different patterns of convection mean different things. That'll be a source of research probably. Let's go back to some infrared imagery then, and let's go to the lighter variant, and you'll see a little area there that's opened out a bit with higher temperatures. I'm struggling to believe that's actually the eye itself. It just looks a little bit out of place, but I'm not sure on that. But if you have just joined us, the information for Mexico is pretty bad. It currently has this storm 110 mile per hour winds. It is expected to reach 120 miles per hour, sorry, and make landfall at that intensity. That would be a Category 3. It's still a Category 2 right now, but borderline Category 3. Pressure deepening substantially throughout today. Recon gave everyone a bit of a shock, and it has got much stronger. And that trend could continue. We don't know at this point whether it is still rapidly intensifying or not. And I don't know if any of our team have any extra information about that, whether there's any new microwave passages or whatever, but not as far as I know. Know that the ones we saw earlier at the beginning of our stream were looking pretty convincing too, and that was the point that we thought, yeah, this is stronger than what they're saying it is, and Recon went on and confirmed that. There's a comment there about whether it has a chance of being retired. As always, it's too early to discuss, and some might say slightly insensitive. A question there as well, when do we plan on releasing the 2022 music collection? We have serious musical talent. Thank you. And it is we, because quite a few of us do that. I think we'll have quite a bit of new content for summer. We usually put it out around July, August. So we'll see. But right now, if you turn the volume up a little bit, you'll be able to hear... Is it bird song or is it... I think it's people having a good time down there. There are quite a few people still out there. It's a hurricane warning at this location, and this area has over a 90% chance of receiving tropical storm force winds. If they don't live there, they should be evacuating. Even if they do live there, they might want to consider that. Apparently, Cesar, from what I heard, there's a lot of... these areas are predominantly poor.
Yeah, unfortunately, Oaxaca is one of the poorest provinces in the whole country, and of course, the hilly terrain, it's one of the most dangerous situations for those people who, well, live in those poor conditions, because they don't have the tools and the proper preparedness to receive a cyclone of such intensity, which of course it's one of the most concerning things to deal with. And unfortunately, it's not looking good. It's not looking a good scenario for tomorrow and the next couple of days as well. Just seeing people in the beach enjoying like there's nothing happening, well, it's going to turn really, really bad soon. And well, it's scary, just scary.
So conditions there, they're still looking pretty chill. There was rain earlier, but really we've not seen any wind at this location, so maybe a false sense of security at that location right now. Anyway, let's see if we can take a look at the 18Z GFS model run. I just wonder if I could try and get this onto my own screen here to show everyone. It's not the easiest thing to do. Let's see if I can. So let's try this. We'll go to everyone's favorite Tropical Tidbits website, and you can see everything that's going on here. I'm trying to put it in the right place. So this is how it develops. Initializes it at 981. We know it's stronger than that. Then to 980 at 0Z, which isn't far away. It's obviously much stronger than that. What happens next though? Strengthens a little and then weakens quite a bit just as it's reaching the coast. But the GFS model is backing a landfall very close to where that webcam is at La Crucecita, or somewhere very near there. Let's see, what happens after that though? Does it emerge on the other side somewhere? Well, that's interesting. So part of its energy does... This is a GFS, and that's longer range, and it might be wrong. It is a GFS. There's a short-lived possible TC there, near Chiapas, and then another one forms near the Yucatan, over Cuba, and off into the Atlantic. Shove it back over to the Atlantic, and you'll see it there. Long range that part, but that's the general gist of what the GFS wants right now. As expected, though, it doesn't really tell us much about what the storm's strength at landfall, but it is hinting that it will weaken a bit before it does get there. Cesar, your thoughts? You were sighing a bit there.
I mean, of course, the GFS, the H, Z, Y, B, Z models are a guidance and give us some kind of information of what is going to happen in the next days. But I mean, those model runs seems pretty adventurous, a bit far away from reality. And I mean, that's why, of course, in meteorology, a 5-day forecast is like is as far as you can go in a forecast, that it can have a little bit of precision. Farther than that, it's going to be almost a false information. So it's important to not believe on the forecast that on forecasts that are more than 120 hours away or 5 days long, because well, you have those kind of weird stuff like GFS predicting like 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago that we might seeing a category 3 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico on these current dates. Well, it's not happening. It's the Eastern Pacific almost a major hurricane.
Yeah, I remember all of that stuff going on.
Yeah, and now we have the GFS models predicting Agatha reforming in the Gulf of Mexico, turning westwards and making landfall in Veracruz or Tamaulipas. It's a pretty intense hurricane, which is really uncertain and of course pretty difficult that it's going to actually happen. So yeah, I mean I like those models, but of course some forecasts and predictions are a bit far from reality.
Back on the infrared imagery, and you can see that, in my opinion, looking at this, I don't think we're going to see an eye open out for some time.
Thank God.
We're now joined once again by Joey, who took a short break, and Lucas Gonzalez. Hello to both of you this evening. Lucas, we haven't heard from you, and we've only got 20 minutes to run, so why don't you tell us what you think of the storm right now?
Well, honestly, Nathan, it's a long story. As you can tell, I'm in the car right now because we're currently driving to Michigan right now. We're getting close to crossing the state line to Arkansas, but still, I have been watching the stream, but I haven't joined the call. during the entire stream because I was sleeping in the car. But still, I have been watching it. But overall, by me, I think the storm looks pretty impressive on satellite, and I still think an eye's not going to come out for like a while.
It looks that way. Back to our satellite wall here, and you can see the more longer term satellites, assuming that these are actually still up to date. I'm not actually sure whether that is the case. Let's just press the refresh button on all of these so that you can see the very latest from a distance. And this will give you more perspective on just where exactly it is compared to, you know, the whole American continent and Mexico in particular. There they are, they're all up to date now, and you can see how it's really started to have a more pronounced eastward movement. Although when you look at the longer range stuff, it does appear a bit flaky on the northern side and the northwestern side. And I do wonder about dry air intrusion, and whether the more I look at this, the more I feel a little bit, I don't want to say pessimistic, because we don't like storms doing bad things, but for the storm's perspective, I suppose, pessimistic that it may never completely open its eye and will be distracted by dry air. Joey, what do you think? Are you seeing that?
It is a possibility. It's gonna constantly have to, combat those dry air intrusions, especially as it gets closer towards land. We already saw one just a bit ago, on the water vapor imagery, and you could quite clearly see it on the infrared imagery as well, with that V shape as it heads directly into the system. So it's definitely gonna have a hard time from here on out. So yeah, I do agree with you there.
I wonder how much the National Hurricane Center have factored that in or not, because you don't want to try and give people false hope, but I do start to wonder at this point whether it is still intensifying at all, and whether it might be plateauing out at this point. But I guess time will tell, and it could open out its eye in the overnight hours, and I reckon a storm like this, it's going to be sneaky and try to do that, isn't it?
Currently, when it comes to wind shear, it's sort of dealing with about 13 to 15 knots at the moment.
Still not much. Let's see what other comments there are right now. Do you think Agatha will make it to the Gulf of Mexico and make landfall in Florida? No. Will there be an automated stream when this program ends? As much as I'd like there to be one, there isn't going to be one on this occasion. But we will be doing lots of streaming tomorrow, as well as our regularly scheduled tropical weather bulletin, which happens at around 7 or 8 p.m. Central, and then another video update later in the night. I think we'll have English and Spanish updates later on at about 10 p.m. Central Time. And then in the morning we'll be back again with more stuff, because this is the real deal for this area. It is going to potentially be the the strongest early season storm in the region. Joey says, when will D-min begin? The diurnal minimum. I don't know. Anyone else know?
Let me...
And Taniel there as well has become a member, apparently. Category 3. Congratulations. And there are many ways to show your support for our work. You know, we rely on our audience quite a lot when it comes to this. We're always improving and investing. And for those who have been following us closely over the last few months, we will have a fully featured automated stream service, not like the ones that I've been doing that's mostly manual updating, but a proper one by August time, hopefully. So I'm really looking forward to that personally, and I think people are going to be blown away by that, and it's going to be a really, really useful tool as we enter the peak season. Anyway, what does the GFS model say in the next 10 days from now? Well, it wants some energy from Agatha to become an Atlantic storm. We established that earlier. It might want another little cyclone forming off Chiapas on day 4, no less, from Agatha's energy. But elsewhere, the world is looking pretty quiet, which is why we can concentrate on this pretty much fully. And once again, we're looking at this latest imagery of Agatha, but I'm having trouble finding where exactly the eye is buried under all of that convection, and I still think it's on the right of it, but possibly much closer underneath it maybe. Let's check in once again with that webcam. Things brightening up a little bit there actually, but they are in the different bands, still the outer bands of the hurricane. They're not getting anything major just yet, but you watch this tomorrow morning and I think there'll be a much different picture. So many people out there.
Oblivious.
We keep making points about this, but it is a hurricane warning. And this
It's honestly
remarkable. Pardon?
I think it's remarkable. It's just like how fast the situation's evolving, but unfortunately for a lot of people, I just think they just don't know how fast things are changing right now.
Some questions. Do you think Agatha is undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle?
I mean, it's possible, but it's like hard. It's hard to ever predict at all.
We need to know if there's been any more microwave imagery.
That'd be useful.
That would be very useful. Take a quick look.
I'm also taking just a little look here to see if there's been anything recently. Nothing super recent. Yeah, I know the last microwave stuff was from when we were starting our stream. So it's hard to tell. Another comment there. What are our chances for a possible hurricane or major hurricane landfall on the Gulf side of Florida, in particular Tampa or Sarasota? If you mean this storm, then all bets are off. Not happening. Throughout the season, though, if you're talking about that, then that's a tough one. I would say no more risk than usual there. The risk would be, I reckon, further up the Bend region. You're going to get a lot of tropical storms in Florida this year, I think. Especially on the western coast. Krakow wants us to pull up precipitation models. And we'll get onto that soon. There's a comment there about how inspirational has Joey been to our cyclone tracking and research team. Very. Yeah. Do we think Agatha will become a Category 4 before making landfall in Mexico? It's getting less likely. And CJ has a pop quiz for us. When was the last time Agatha was a major hurricane? 1980, 86, 92 or 2016? I know that it was a hurricane in 86, but I don't know if it was major or not. So, Joey, what do you think the answer is?
Can you repeat the question?
When was the last time Hurricane Agatha was a major hurricane in previous seasons?
1980.
1980.
Yeah, it is 1980. Well done.
Is it 1980?
It was, yes.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm so bad at
Says I got
cyclone
it, though.
history.
Yeah, so that was indeed the correct.
And it was the strongest and the only major hurricane named Agatha so far.
Right, I can't pull up models to show... Well, actually, I can. What am I talking about? We just did it before. Let's have a look at this again. So let's... Nope, not that one. Show us the total accumulated precipitation. You'll still see that there's a large chunk of area there that gets very high rain totals. When you put it all the way out to 168 hours, 7 days, you'll see that large areas along the coast here are getting, in fact, not as much rain as previously forecasted, but it is still a lot. You're still looking at about 300 to 350 millimeters. So not 500 like we were previously looking at, although the 500 amounts are just offshore, so there is still that possibility. The amount of people underneath 200 millimeters of rain potential there, that's over 10 million. And you'll also notice that track continues. Northern Belize, the southern Yucatan, up to Cuba. That rain continues up there as whatever legacy Agatha has becomes probably a gyric mess, and possibly a storm forms out of that in the Atlantic, which would be disappointing, as I'm sure Xavier will agree, as he has appeared here for the last 5 minutes. Welcome aboard.
Hey, I was eating dinner, so I would have joined sooner, but, things happen. Yeah, if we're talking about, Agatha's future in the, Atlantic, that's its own complete mess that I don't even feel the need to go into, because there's, everything that could possibly happen with that, and, there's a possibility something could come out, we just have zero clue how that's going to come to fruition.
So Xavier, as a seasoned storm tracker, your thoughts right now on Agatha's structure? Is it struggling with dry air? Has the eye wall completed? Is it still strengthening?
From a climatological standpoint, this is probably one of the most strangest starts to an Eastern Pacific season that I have seen in my time of tracking. I mean, no one is going to expect a near Category 3 hurricane landfall in Mexico in May. I mean, that's just not something that you see. And so people even did some further looking back, and they figured out that there has not been a major landfall this far east. Even Pauline was more west of this when you look at 1997. So we are looking at a storm that we have not seen in history in general. I mean, there is no analog. So the fact that it's able to do what it's doing right now, regardless of what ends up happening to it between tri-air, it's definitely impressive, to say the very least. I mean, Recon went in earlier, found a stronger storm than we had previously thought, and that was with how much it already intensified. I mean, 50 miles an hour in 24 hours. That is some pretty quick intensification right there. So, regardless of what ends up happening, Agatha has done a good job. I hope the state of Osaka has definitely taken precautions, considering the fact that they have not seen a landfall like this before. And that's really the best I can say. This is now a stage 6 on the CDPS, which means this is now definitely life-threatening. Really can't put it down any more lightly than that.
And do we know who's doing the tropical weather bulletin tonight?
That will be me.
It is?
Yep.
Right. And we also have a comment from Jesper there as well. Cloud optical depth on RAM slider is kind of similar to microwave. They recommend using that for more real-time microwave, which is interesting. We were just talking earlier about whether a new microwave passes anywhere. That might have been useful to the storm's intensity. And thanks very much for your support once again as well there. And one or two people picking you up there, Xavier, on your pronunciation of Oaxaca. Someone thought you said Osaka.
Yeah, yes. It was just what's correct.
Okay,
But this happens to us all.
I mean, some city names here in Mexico are pretty complex for someone who Spanish isn't their main language. So you did a good job, Nathan. Feel proud.
Don't forget Alpha Coco.
Oh, that was the other day. Enough of that. We are finished here for tonight. Thanks very much to my team for keeping us afloat for the whole time. Hopefully it's been useful. Hopefully it's been informative, and we'll be doing it all over again tomorrow as this storm nears landfall. It is dangerous. It is one of the strongest in its area for the time of year. We've talked about that. Hurricane warning in effect. There could be deadly storm surge, rip currents, even though people are ignoring that on that beach. Extremely high rain rates and rainfall amounts, which could lead to catastrophic flooding and mudslides. So a lot of things to cover. Xavier will have the tropical weather bulletin probably in about 2 hours from now. But from here at Force 13 HQ and from our team, that's it for now, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Subscribe for more updates all the time, and on our social media pages, Force 13 on Facebook and Twitter, and you can join our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, and you can contact some of our staff there as well if you're interested in helping us in any way, either on our streams or otherwise. But from now, good night, and stay safe there. Not much else can be said. This storm could still be strengthening and remains extremely dangerous.